Diaspora Investment Desk, which is very important for the country because, as you well know, almost every year about $3 billion comes in informally from the diaspora. We believe that creating a formal channel would actually facilitate a better way of attracting remittances from the diaspora and engage the diaspora in national development. Additionally, we've set up a strategic aftercare service to streamline investor aftercare and encourage investment. And so many of you who are here will get visits from our aftercare. We will preempt your problems and try and bring solutions to them, but we also act as for the presidency on policy matters relating to attracting investment. Then we have a revamped monitoring and evaluation and tracking divisions to offer an efficient monitoring of companies and optimize the center's performance. And then we have set up a specific cares delivery unit to track, monitor, and facilitate the achievement of the targets under the cares program. I will skip these two and then come to the end. As I did say, we are very keen on ensuring that we achieve the target of a minimum of $3 billion a year from 2020 to 2023, right into 2024, under the CARES program. And the areas that we've identified strategically for promotion are agriculture and agro-processing, energy, because if we are going to industrialize, we need cheap, reliable energy, vehicle assembly and automotive components, manufacturing, and we are pleased to say we are well on track. We also have a great manufacturing template under the 1D1F to ensure that every corner of this country has a manufacturing industry of sorts. Now, can you imagine what that would do for job creation? It means that every corner in each of the 260 districts will create opportunities for job creation for our young people. That would stem the tide of the flow from the urban to from the rural to the urban areas that we see every year, but also create opportunity that will lead into a market in West Africa. Tourism and hospitality, because Ghana is naturally endowed with assets that we can monetize in tourism and hospitality. Innovative financial products and services, and Ghana is also setting up to be a regional international financial services center to facilitate capital flows in West Africa, in Ghana, and the continent. And then, of course, transport infrastructure, such that the products that we generate have easy access in and out of Ghana and into the global market. AFCFTA does give us a unique opportunity. And once again, Ghana is acting as a spearhead for this whole transformation of the African continent. Africa is very well endowed, but unfortunately we export our raw materials and then import the finished goods out of our raw materials we export. And I believe that the AFCFTA gives us a great impetus to change that whole dynamic. And once again, I would like to say that the inspiration from the president of a Ghana beyond aid resonates loudly on the African continent. For us to actually monetize the assets that we have through partnerships and linkages and create a better continent of wealth creation and jobs. By 2050, Africa will be 1/4 of the world's population. It would also still have more than 30% of the world's remaining resources, 60% of the arable land left in the world. And it's now due for us to actually turn that into a real development agenda for the world, not just for Africa. I believe that the AFCFTA for us in Ghana gives us a real good opportunity for our SMEs and SMIs to actually get onto the industrial bandwagon and move beyond where we are. I would like to end here. I believe that you've all seen the numbers. These are real numbers. They've been legitimized, but we look forward to doubling, quadrupling those numbers. In broad discussions with a lot of our compatriots, both globally and outside, they do say that if Ghana is to up its game, it could probably be attracting double-figure FDIs in the future. Thank you very much.
I think he left his nose mask.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant, for that detailed presentation. Of course, if you have feedback, the organizers of the event will welcome that. Every individual here has placed close to them a card that bears a QR code. You can quickly scan it and then share your feedback with us. We'll really appreciate that. It's also obvious that we cannot have this conversation or the rest of this conversation without hearing from the Ministry of Trade and Industry. At this juncture, I'll call on the Honorable Deputy Minister, Herbert Krapah.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, colleague Ministers of State, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Mr. Yofi Grant, captains of industry, business leaders, investors and entrepreneurs in Ghana and abroad, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be part of this all-important investment summit, and I take the opportunity to congratulate the organizers for not only conceptualizing such a brilliant idea, but also taking the steps to implement it year after year. I bring you best wishes from the Honorable Minister of Trade, Honorable Alan Chamatin, who is unable to be here with us today. This year's theme, Maximizing Ghana's Investment Potential, is pertinent for many reasons, and the sub-theme that I've been asked to speak to, Emerging Stronger Together, the role of the Ministry of Trade and Industry in maximizing Ghana's investment potential, makes even more vivid the importance of this summit. Many countries in the world are still grappling with how to contain COVID-19, with several economies currently on a bottom dive. Under the sterling leadership of His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Ghana's story is not exactly the same. When His Excellency the President commenced work in his first term with a program to clean up and strengthen Ghana's financial sector, coupled with an aggressive industrial transformation agenda and the introduction of revolutionary social intervention measures, our visionary president was clearly seen farther ahead than many of his peers. A gathering of minds to discuss Ghana's investment potential and prospects is yet another reminder that our fundamental challenges as a country, youth unemployment, poverty reduction, and inclusive economic growth, continue to hinge on strategic investment in critical sectors of our economy. Increasing strategic investments into our economy is a necessary condition to spur growth, and ensuring the right investment climate to sustain such investments is equally fundamental. The role of the Ministry of Trade and Industry in maximizing Ghana's investment potential cannot be overstated. In line with His Excellency the President's vision, the Ministry of Trade and Industry has a core mandate as a lead policy advisor to government on the trade, industrial, and private sector development, with the responsibility of formulating and implementing policies for the promotion of domestic and international trade and industry. Since 2017, the Ministry has embarked on a 10-point industrial transformation agenda aimed at maximizing, amongst other things, the investment potential of Ghana. They include the National Industrial Revitalization Program, the very popular One District, One Factory Program, strategic anchor industries, industrial parks and special economic zones, development of micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, domestic retail infrastructure enhancement, industrial subcontracting exchange, improving public-private sector dialogue, and business regulatory reforms. The business regulatory reforms which are currently being undertaken by the Ministry are to ensure transparency and stability in the investment climate of our country. The evidence shows that such a climate is a sure way of attracting investment into an economy. There are 7 components of this reform program currently being implemented. First, targeted reform initiatives to ease the way we do business in our country, and it's a coordinated national program to improve Ghana's performance in key indicators and annual ranking on World Bank's Ease of Doing Business Index. The e-Register of Business Regulations, which is an online inventory that provides businesses with an easily accessible one-stop repository of up-to-date information on all business regulations, laws, directives, procedures, forms, and fees in force in Ghana. The Public Consultation Portal, which is an interactive web portal for centralized public consultation with government institutions on government policies, legal and regulatory reforms. regulatory impact assessment, and ex-post assessment of the impacts of proposed or existing policies or regulations and alternatives to achieving policy objectives. And the rolling regulatory review, an exercise designed to systematically carry out rolling reviews of regulations to eliminate, revise, and simplify business regulations and reduce cost of compliance. And this will also help contribute to the process of updating the e-register on a continuous basis. And finally, the public-private dialogue, a permanent mechanism for structured public-private dialogue which involves regular consultations between government and the private sector. In a few days, the ministry will be organizing the Maiden Presidential Business Summit with the framework of our public-private dialogue concept. The Ministry of Trade and Industry believes that the full implementation of these reforms, coupled with the complementary efforts of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center and other related agencies, will further improve investor confidence in Ghana. The strategic anchor industries, which include an integrated aluminum industry, iron and steel industry, automobile and vehicle assembly, petrochemicals, manufacturing of machines and machine components, and agro-processing, constitute His Excellency the President's vision of creating alternative growth poles to drive his industrialization agenda. The Ministry of Trade and Industry, in taking a lead role to help grow the economy post-COVID, is poised to spearhead and coordinate even more aggressively all 10 anchor industries. The development of industrial parks and special economic zones is an integral component of government's industrialization agenda. To emerge strongly from the havoc of the pandemic and restore the impressive trajectory of foreign direct investment, the ministry has accelerated efforts to build industrial parks and special economic zones across the country. And the process of developing a policy framework, institutional structure, and the regulatory mechanism to support the establishment of these parks has been initiated. The Ministry of Trade and Industry has also established business resource centers across the country to provide relevant business venture information and technical resources to private sector investors. We have also established joint business councils with some African and European countries to provide ministerial level support for driving investment between Ghana and partner countries. And the German-Ghana Business Council, for instance, provided the framework for the establishment of Volkswagen's facility here in Ghana. Under the Ghana COVID-19 Alleviation and Revitalization Enterprises Support, the Ministry of Finance has graciously allocated 282 million Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Trade and Industry to pursue interventions for the revival of an active trade and industry sector. Light manufacturing, agro-processing, import substitution, automotive, export, and pharmaceuticals will be the focus areas of this intervention. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Trade and Industry intends to leverage the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement to increase investment into Ghana. We have established a national AFCFTA coordination office in Accra and developed for implementation a national plan of action. Currently, enterprise profiling and audits are ongoing with the aim to provide relevant market analysis and operational support to these firms. Enhancing the productive capacity of the private sector and ensuring that the business climate is attractive are a guaranteed prescription for maximizing Ghana's investment potential. And the Ministry of Trade and Industry, under the able leadership of the Honorable Minister, will continue to pursue these even more vigorously.
That we are currently joined online by another distinguished audience. We would like to acknowledge their presence and thank them for being with us from start. We'll move to the Honorable Minister of State Finance, that's Charles Eduboahen. He's also going to give us a speech on the sub-theme, Emerging Stronger Together, but on the role of the Ministry of Finance in maximizing Ghana's investment potential. Let's put our hands together for him.
Honorable Minister for Information, Deputy Ministers for Trade and for Finance, Ambassador Sullivan and members of the Diplomatic Corps, the CEO of GIPC and the CEO of the Ghana Free Zones Board, directors, heads of public sector agencies and associations, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here with you all today. It is good to see so many from industry, government, and the wider investor community here with us today. During today's summit, I believe you all hear much about the government's commitment towards engaging and incentivizing and mobilizing the private sector and investors on a larger scale. Critically, the COVID-19 pandemic has forced emerging economies such as ours to focus on binding the private sector into open and accountable long-term relationships characterized by fair sharing of risk and the transfer of innovative ideas to lay the foundations for a post-COVID recovery. Undoubtedly, leveraging innovative sources of funding has assumed greater significance. Therefore, our focus as a government has been to prioritize the pursuit of public reforms to create a de-risked landscape for private capital seeking rewarding growth investments. In truth, there has indeed been an extraordinary increase in Ghana's FDI flows since the turn of the century. According to the World Bank, our net FDI inflows have grown from approximately $165 million in 2000 to over $3.9 billion by the end of 2019. FDI as a percentage of the gross domestic product has similarly climbed up from an average of 4.2% in the 2000s to 6.5% during the past decade. Indeed, Ghana's average share during the past decade is higher than the sub-Saharan Africa average of 2.3% of GDP, and also notably above such countries as Nigeria, which has GDP flows of 1.0% of GDP, Tanzania, which has 3.1% of GDP, and Kenya, which has FDI flows of 1.7% of GDP. Despite this, there's still great potential that is unfulfilled. This is true of FDI inflows and the degree to which intellectual capital comes in and can be transferred, particularly between local and foreign firms in the construction subsector. In truth, we are at a critical juncture in our development trajectory, with a burgeoning population growing at a rate of 2.26% annually. It has become even more urgent to crowd in capital into both traditional and non-traditional growth sectors to create an inclusive, sustainable, and resilient economy. FDIs are important because they provide critical private sector funding to complement domestic resource mobilization and debt financing to fund our recovery from the pandemic. According to a report published by Fitch, median public debt in the sub-Saharan Africa region leapt to about 68% in 2020 from 56% in 2019, and is likely to rise even further to 75% in 2022. At the Ministry of Finance, our policy mix to attract FDI flows and hence increase investment potential includes, first and foremost, establishing macroeconomic stability, which I must say I believe we've done very well in the last 4 or 5 years. Improving transparency and access to critical macroeconomic data through regular investors' engagements and roadshows is another very important initiative that provides investors with key information to be able to help them make investment decisions. Strengthening our business, legal, and regulatory frameworks to provide the requisite de-risking of private investment, supporting GIPC to effectively deliver on its mandate by providing fiscal incentives to prospective investors in priority sectors such as housing, health infrastructure, and manufacturing, ensuring the availability of long-term investment capital for entrepreneurial ventures, productivity-enhancing investments, and asset creation through the formation of such institutions like the Development Bank, funding the Ghana 100 billion Ghana Cares program to effectively transition our country towards the realization of a modernized, competitive, and resilient economy, promoting ease of doing business in Ghana, and providing the requisite financial resources to support education and skills training of the labor force, and complementing external investment inflows with a more domestic revenue mobilization effort. Essentially, to support FDI growth consistently and effectively, we realize that we must provide the proper framework of policies, institutions, and support services that make our firms competitive, provides incentives to invest in skills transfer, and provides an opportunity for investors to realize risk-adjusted returns in Ghana, which are far above the sub-Saharan African average. Given the fragility of the economy, both here and across the world, the essential requirement today is to do everything possible to nurture and secure a robust recovery where our economies emerge stronger from the pandemic. Since the start of the year, we have set the stage for the presentation of the exemptions bill to Parliament, instituted clear and comprehensive programs to address youth unemployment, demonstrated a solid commitment to a strong rebound in economic growth and fiscal consolidation, anchored the budget on debt sustainability, strategically repositioned the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund to support the funding of key infrastructure, stabilized the power sector, and mobilized sufficient funds for the Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is accelerating structural transformation, industrialization, fiscal consolidation, and the pursuit of enterprise. Over the medium term, we expect to record growth levels in the region of 5%, placing Ghana among some of the fastest growing African economies. We will continue to work hard to ensure macroeconomic stability, improve revenue collection through digitalization and other initiatives, and allocate resources to the growth sectors of the economy to ensure economic expansion, increasing opportunity, and prosperity for all our people. We look forward to working with you all in shaping a Ghana that is truly beyond aid. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly draw your attention that this event is broadcast live on CNBC, on DSTV, and all their social media handles. Right now, though, before we go for a message from the special guest of honor, that's His Excellency, the President, we have a special presentation by a special artist, Nana Asase. I'll call him up to the stage to give us his presentation.
Soldier, half asleep or fully asleep, is no less than one, fully awake on duty and alert. The only distance between them is a wake-up call. Ours is both a soldier and a giant, a mother of many nations who needs a reminder that the time for duty is at hand. And And so to you all, Sandazua, Swahili Benvenu Ghana, Akwaba, Miawizo, Ohelebo Atu, welcome to her reawakening. This is that same gathering with collective urgency to be the whistle, the bugle, or the din of the band that calls her to attention. Attention because the heart of industrialization awaits and needs to be fed with the blood of agriculture through the veins of technology to get on the feet of prudent fiscal policy so we can give COVID a kick and then we can feel the pulse of our SMEs through our private-public partnerships. All of this to remedy the challenges of unemployment. Ladies and gentlemen, only then, with a resilient voice of youth, we shall call for foreign direct investments to meet the strength of local industries so that we can all hand over the baton of a better Ghana beyond aid to the capable hands of the future. Pay attention, for this message might be quite short. I hereby declare that her sleep is over and Ghana, our soldier mother giant, is reawakening. And so let us all spark up. Let us call the tune and she will lead Africa's march into the future. But fellow Ghanaians, all of this will rest on the stable neck of an enabling socio-political environment with the head of an able leader. And I dare add that he whom the cap fits, let him wear it. His name remains His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. Me and Nana, Nsweja, we are Nana Penny. Nana Penny, away you be paying. With the Oshabo, name Midruya, ye show, Sunuku Krukwa, Etata, Enche, Obetius Bijam. And so, Africa, world, I summon you to the center to hear the capable head resting on the enabling socio-economic environment of Ghana, ready, resilient, sparking up so that we can take our rightful places. And I mean too, dear, so the world is ready. Why you can't do it?
Shall we be on our feet, ladies and gentlemen?
Minister of State of the Ministry of Finance, the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, the Deputy Minister for Finance, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, and the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Free Zones Authority, members of the business and investment community, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. I applaud the Ghana Investment Promotion Center under the leadership of its hard-working Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Yofi Grant, for initiating this summit, which is aimed at stimulating one of the most important conversations we should be having in this country, that is making registered investments real on the ground in Ghana. When I assumed office in January 2017, I encouraged all of us to take it upon ourselves to help government build a business-friendly economy that will enable our nation get to the stage where the exploitation of the opportunities that are available to us will help us build an optimistic, self-confident, self-reliant, and prosperous nation, a Ghana beyond aid. Towards realizing this vision, government has made deliberate efforts at determining the investment priorities of our country and taken steps to mobilize the necessary resources for the growth of these priority areas. This is because we want to help transform Ghana from being a mere producer and exporter of raw materials to a value-added industrialized economy that will provide opportunities, jobs, and prosperity for all Ghanaians, thereby creating a wiser nation that is a wealthy, inclusive, sustainable, empowered, and resilient one. Government since 2017 has put in place measures needed to reduce the cost of doing business, improve the business environment, and made the Ghanaian economy not only one of the most business-friendly economies in Africa, but also one of the fastest growing economies in the world between 2017 and 2020, averaging 7% GDP annual rates of growth, up from the 3.4% rate we inherited in 2016. Indeed, with the economies of many countries around the world in recession in 2020, having recorded negative growth largely as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, Ghana's economy was one of the very few that still managed to record a positive GDP growth, that is 0.1% in 2020, albeit significantly reduced from the average levels of 7% per annum that we had become accustomed to in 2017, 2018, and 2019. In spite of the ravages of the pandemic, we are working to grow the economy at a much faster rate this year, our target being a 5% GDP growth rate, which will enhance the prospects of a win-win environment for both private sector and country, and create an environment where companies do not just survive, but actually thrive. In the first quarter of this year, the GDP of the economy grew at 3.1%. In the second, at 8.9%. Government has a blueprint for the revitalization of the Ghanaian economy from the effects of COVID-19. We have identified the relevant sectors of the economy requiring the needed investment that will help accelerate the rebound and growth of the Ghanaian economy, as was witnessed in the immediate years before the pandemic struck. We call it the Ghana Cares or Bantampa program. The 100 billion CD program will require some 30 billion CDs of funding from government and 70 billion CDs from the private sector. The program focuses on injecting substantial investments into key sectors of our economy, such as agriculture, agro-processing, manufacturing, healthcare, housing, and infrastructural development. In seeking to mobilize the 70 billion from the private sector, it's become even more important to examine also how foreign direct investments are onboarded into the economy of Ghana. So it is critical that this maiden edition of Spark Up be dedicated to exploring ways of improving the turnaround times and the efficiency with which potential investments are integrated into the Ghanaian economy. The Ghana Investment Promotion Center has been at the forefront of hand-holding potential investors and working to support their establishment in the Ghanaian economy. Let me thus take this opportunity to congratulate the Center for effectively discharging its mandate and promoting vigorously the considerable investments and business opportunities that exist in Ghana, estimated at some 12 billion United States dollars in foreign direct investments from 2017 to 2020. Whilst global FDI declined by some 42% in 2020, in the midst of COVID-19, FDI inflow recorded by Ghana through the GNPC amounted to some 2.65 billion United States dollars, which bucked the global trend, representing a significant increase over the 2019 FDI value. In keeping up with the importance of public-private dialogues as recommended by the Ministry of Trade and Industry, I'm charging GIPC to use the summit as a platform for open, frank, and solution-oriented engagements between investors, regulators, and investment facilitators. I'm hopeful that it will afford the facilitator agencies, regulators, and the relevant public officials on one side the opportunity to engage directly with investors and potential investors on the other, to explore how the various bottlenecks that frustrate and slow down potential investments can be quickly unlocked, for a smooth and quick establishment of all these registered investments to complement the efforts of government in engineering growth and the creation of jobs for our people. The ongoing review of the GIPC Law, Act 865, and the institutional reforms, such as retooling and refocusing the center's operations through the institution of the Diaspora Investment Desk and the CARES Delivery Unit, will be crucial in implementing the outcomes of this summit. They will strengthen GIPC to continue to play a lead role in assisting government to mobilize private sector complementary investments for the resurgence of the Ghanaian economy. Let me commend the collaborating organizations for their roles in this project. The Ministry of Information for showcasing this all-important national conversation. The Ministry of Trade and Industry for articulating the relevant policy direction for attracting the most appropriate investments that Ghana requires at this point in time. And the Ministry for Finance for helping to engender the enabling environment that has made Ghana an attractive investment destination. As host country of the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, now is the time for the Black Star to spark up and bring in the needed investments to accelerate the transformation of the Ghanaian economy, and by extension the African one, through the active participation of the private sector in the economic development of our country and continent. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and may God bless us all in our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Would like to take a group photo with the VIPs, please. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. That's the VIPs in the photo with His Excellency the President. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for them. Yes, before I invite Madame Kokwe for the national anthem, I would kindly like to show appreciation to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They are a key partner in this program and we are grateful to them. Let's hear Madame Kokwe for the national anthem. Thank you very much. Let's stay on our feet as the President, His Excellency, takes leave of us. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we can take a cocoa break or a coffee break while the President takes leave, and then we'll have the first panel session, which is the investment journey in Ghana.
Ladies and gentlemen, while the President departs, we want to urge you to stay in. We want to go straight to the panel discussion. We want to go straight, so immediately the President departs, we'll zoom into the panel discussions. So please stay on. We'd like to ready the speakers for the panel session. All speakers for the first panel session, as soon as the President departs, we will be jumping into the discussion to make good use of time. So please remain in here whilst we get into the panel discussions. We certainly have cocoa and coffee outside. You can take that, slip out and come back in, but we want to go straight to the panel discussions. We also have some nice stands for exhibition, but to make use of time, we are urging you to remain inside. We have two very important panel sessions. One to be led by Deputy Minister of Finance, Honorable Abena Osei Sari. We thank His Excellency the President for being part of the opening session. We want to urge those of you at the back to move forward as we jump into the panel sessions. And while we're at it, we want to urge you to go online, scan the QR codes. The full program is there. We've put them in your packs. It's an interactive session. We want to hear from you. We're urging all those at the back to come to the front. There are some empty seats in front. And as the President departs, we're also clearing the lobby for part 2 of the program. Please stay with us. Let's have the door shut as we get straight into the panel sessions. We'll give you a quick flavor of what to expect. In the meantime, Francisca Kakra-Forson, thank you for expertly handling the first part. You've earned yourself a coffee break. Francisca, thank you. We're still streaming live. We're still streaming live on the GIPC social media handles. Kindly close the main door so we can jump into the sessions to make good use of time. give you a flavor of the panel sessions, we have two very important discussions. The first is on our investment journey as a country. The second is on the onboarding process for FDI. And I want to just urge the panel members to get ready as we introduce the speaker for the first part and the moderator for the first panel. In the meantime, ushers, please help me invite back our guests from the lobby. We want to be more judicious with the time. So let's get settled as we jump into the panel sessions. We will start with a presentation and a couple of videos, but we want to get seated first. We're streaming live on the Facebook page of GIPC Ghana. Here. You good? Then we form. No. Let the
So IMensa Park is a collaboration between two companies, a US-based firm and our firm Mercury Estates. We partnered to deliver 200 townhouses, and you can see the units behind me. It's pretty unique for this part of the world to build a community-scale townhouse development. This type of collaboration allows us to put in common areas like a park. In the middle of the development, we're looking at community-scale water delivery, which is unique in Ghana. There's security features as well. So you've got a gated community with manned 24-hour security. And there's a quality standard that we've been able to achieve with IMensa that's been world-class. We've got 200 units, or townhouses, mostly. So you've got 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, and we also have a few flats as well, 1-bedroom with studies. And it's a mix. We've got folks that have come back from the diaspora that have bought units here. Some are buying to let. We've got investors who are renting in the development. And then we've got a young professional, young family contingent who are really enjoying the amenities, the swimming pool, the basketball courts, the clubhouse. For me, I kind of sit between the historical diaspora and the continental diaspora, having been born abroad. But when I first stepped foot in Ghana, I was blown away with the potential and also the opportunity. As someone who's lived as a Black American, as a minority in a different country, the idea of being able to participate in the Ghanaian story, where it's not just a question of representation, but actual transformation. That there's an opportunity here as a business person to do something that's extraordinarily meaningful. This is a $30 million development. You can imagine the amount of employment that was created. By increasing the level of the standard, we're also upskilling the workforce. You know, that there are guys that are coming home to their families very proud to have been part of a development like this. And it's changed their attitude toward work. It's changed the standard in the country. And I think also it's the kind of thing that attracts a certain caliber of people to the country who can also make an impact and a difference. I'm actually really excited about affordable housing as well. So I think it's not just about catering to the upper middle class. It's also, I mean, the entire value chain in the housing industry in Ghana requires investment and talent, both locally and abroad. I've been back here full time for 17 years. We started this development about 6 years ago, and we've just wrapped up the construction. We've finished sales towards the beginning of this year as well. So it's been quite a journey. Our focus has been on land. Land can be a tricky issue in Ghana in terms of acquiring land and making sure you've got clean title. But once you're able to do that, it becomes very attractive to different types of investors, people who just are not looking for the headache that's often associated with land tenure. That if they feel they can come to you and they trust that you're able to deliver what you say you can. So from kind of at the macro level, I think we've been able to set a new standard for real estate in the country. And that has a knock-on effect across the industry. That oftentimes the kind of quality that we're able to deliver for a $150,000 price point, people typically in Accra, we're seeing this quality standard at a $500,000 price point. So it's really gratifying to be able to deliver a quality product at a better price and also increasing the densities. You know, in terms of impact, from a land use perspective, there's not an infinite amount of land in Ghana. So if you can get people to find properties that are more appealing, but are more efficient with the land use, that's a win for the environment. That's a win for society because you actually are inspiring a different type of community interaction. That it's not just folks with big houses behind gates, but you've got folks that are living a little bit closer together and really developing a sense of community. I think there's something unique that the diaspora can bring to the table, particularly in Ghanaian diasporans coming back and reaching out to the larger historical diaspora. That there's a huge amount of interest in Ghana, particularly on the back of the Year of the Return story. I would say the most compelling reason to invest in Ghana is the quality of the people. There's an extraordinary spirit in Ghana. There are extraordinarily capable folks, and there's a culture that embraces entrepreneurship. Ghana is the kind of place that rewards and long-term investment. So as someone who's benefited from collaboration here in Ghana, I urge the entire diaspora community, both the historical diaspora and the continental diaspora, to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
So Selina Beb Designs was established in 2012, and it was born out of my passion and my love for fashion. I used to live in the UK for 11 years. I schooled and worked in the UK, and I moved back to Ghana in 2008. So moving back to Ghana in 2008, I noticed that African fashion was really in vogue, and it was trending, especially the African-inspired accessories, in particular bags. So I love these African print bags and the clothes, and I used to buy them and wear them and use them, and I'll get lots of compliments. So with all these compliments that I was getting with wearing my my African fashion, I started thinking maybe that dream I had when I was a teenager or all these years of fashion can actually be realized. I'm almost 10 years now into this business, and I'm still evolving, I'm still growing, still expanding, and I love where the brand has gotten to. I have 20 workers, both permanent and part-time workers, and that is 20 families that are benefiting from this company. Most of them, their livelihood depends on the brand. A couple of years ago, I remember we were invited to the end of year party for GIPC, where I got to put up a fashion show, and guess who were the models? Staff of GIPC actually modeled my products at that particular function, and that was a nice one. And also, we've participated in the Young Entrepreneurs Forum that GIPC organizes annually. We got to exhibit our products at the 2018 Young Entrepreneurs Forum, and that was a good one for us because we got lots of patronage for our products. We got to network, and then some opportunities came from that particular exhibition. I'm looking forward to more collaborations with GIPC, and also I am going to register with GIPC so I can open up the brand to the investor community, both home and abroad. So the brand has exhibited on a couple of international platforms. The first one was in London, Africa Fashion Week London in 2015, where we did the runway show and exhibited as well. That was really good. It gave us amazing exposure. We got bloggers and fashion enthusiasts all over the world writing about the Selena Bebb brand, and that really put us up there on the global stage. We've done fashion shows in America as well, particularly in New Orleans. We did New Orleans Fashion Week in 2018, and that was also a very good experience for us, and people were amazed to see that things made in Ghana, in Africa, were being exhibited on the runway. I've had shows in Rome as well. So in 2020, in the wake of the Black Lives Movement, Beyonce wanted to highlight Black-owned businesses and for us to be able to support our own and buy from our own. And in Ghana, she chose fashion brands. There were just about 8 fashion brands initially when she named that Black Parade directory, and guess who was on there? Selena Bebb was on there, and that's another very proud moment for me. Our first award was Accessories Brand of the Year in 2015 at the Glitz Style Awards, and then we've won an award at the Feminine Achievement Awards as well, where we were recognized for our exceptional designs and creativity. We've also won 2 awards in Italy at the Global Women Inventors and Innovators Awards ceremony. We've also been recognized
Live on multiple social media platforms. We'd like to quickly welcome for the presentation a rep from the GIPC. Before we do that, we want to inform you that we have 2 panel discussions. The first one is on the investment journey of some important investors in Ghana, and that panel will be moderated by a Deputy Minister for Finance to understand how the investment journey has been. That will be followed by a second panel discussion featuring key government agencies answering direct questions on how they have helped our investors on board. So that will include some very important state agencies. We'd like to thank the Information Minister, under whose auspices we're proceeding, Deputy Minister of Trade, GIPC CEO, and all of you who've joined us for this very important session. My name is Bernard Avle. I'm taking charge of the second part of the program. Before I call my first speaker, I'd like to ask for the doors to be shut so we can have a bit of quiet in the hall. Please shut the doors so we begin the second part. And while we're at it, if you can sneak to your phone and like the video or share what we're streaming on the GIPC site, we would be very excited indeed. You can also tweet with the hashtag SparkUp2021. SparkUp2021. That allows us to aggregate the views. We can pull some questions from there to enrich the conversations. Thank you very much indeed. Distinguished guests, I'd like to invite for a presentation to give us a sense of the FDI inflows from 2020 to the first half of 2021, the head of research at the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Please help me welcome Miss Eugenia Ochre with a round of applause.
Good afternoon to you all, and once again, welcome to the second part of this program. I'll be taking you through, actually my task is very simple. Based on what we've said we recorded in 2020, we will tell you where they are, whether they actually have come in, and whether they exist in the economy. I'll start off by going through the investment journey and then dwell on to where the projects or investments are. So once again, the GIPC facilitates investment and helps the investor, whether potential or existing in Ghana, through the investment journey, whilst they take Ghana as their host country for their investments. And we do this through our functions, namely providing investment advisory services, providing joint venture facilitation, where we kind of help with providing some of the partnerships that we have seen over the years through some of our programs that we embark on, namely the regional sensitization tours, where we gather a lot of the projects that we showcase to the foreign investors who show interest in some of these projects and business ideas in Ghana. We also do that through the registration of TTAs. I'm sure you've, over the course of throughout this year, you've heard a lot about TTAs and the need to ensure that when an investment comes in and that investment has some technology agreements, it comes through the GIPC for registration and regularization throughout the economy. We also have what we call we do this in collaboration with other states, government agencies, where we engage in bilateral investment treaties. We also provide investment incentives to support our investors, and also monitor and keep records of all the investments that have come into the economy. So through this, we offer services such as providing aftercare services, and as Mr. Grant mentioned earlier, we are seriously looking at making sure that investments that have come into the system or into the economy is retained and help them to expand or diversify in the economy. And so we set up the aftercare division that is seriously handling and hand-holding some of these investors that have come in. So we also provide immigrant quotas and resident permits to the investors that have come in, and also provide support services through to procure authorities and permits for the investments that have come in. Now, we don't do this alone. We do this collaborating with a lot of states and government agencies, and a few of them are highlighted here. We do this together with the Registrar Generals, Ministry of Finance, EPA, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Standards Authority, and I'm sure in panel 2 you would hear more about some of these institutions. So the investment journey, the steps that we go through to ensure that investments that are coming into the system are legally and registered within the system, they go through 3 key steps. incorporating their businesses with the Registrar Generals, ensuring they satisfy the minimum equity contribution, and then registering with GIPC. And of course, ensuring that they satisfy any other licenses by the regulator within the sector that they want to operate in. These are the minimum equity capital requirements for joint venture, being a wholly foreign-owned business entity and engaging in trading. $200,000 minimum for a JV, where you are required to have the Ghanaian having a 10% share in that business, and then for trading, ensuring that you employ not less than 20 skilled Ghanaians. But there are exemptions to this, and these are in the areas of portfolio investment, manufacturing and export trade, and if you are the foreign spouse of a citizen of Ghana and hold a dual nationality. So I know we've spoken about the 2020 investments that we've recorded, but I'll still dwell on that and then dive into whether these investments have really gotten into the system. So FDI of 2.65 billion, giving us an increase of about 140% over the 2019 figures that were recorded. These are found in sectors of services, manufacturing, export, trading. So I'll just skip this and go straight to where these investments actually are, because of time. Now, investments that come in and we register and talk about do not immediately start operating within our economy. And it's not only peculiar to Ghana, it's globally. When they come in, they need to settle in. They need to ensure that they have the requisite permits and so on to actually start operating. And our checks from our monitoring and evaluation team, and of course our aftercare services team, indicate that some of the 2020 investments that came in actually have started operating, and they are found in the sectors of export trading, manufacturing, mining, and services. So out of 9 sectors that we recorded investments for 2020, at least we have them in 4 sectors that are really operating. Education. Out of the 8 regions that we recorded 2020 investments, we have at least 6 regions that have some of these projects actually operating in. And then I would give you a snapshot of some of these projects that have actually come in. We see projects like the Red River Foods Ghana Limited, who are into export of raw and processed cashew. We see Central Oil Refinery, of course, and we see Toyota Chusho, who have also started operating. So indeed, the 2020 investment that came in actually have come into the system, and they are really operating within the Ghanaian economy. So they are not only in our books that they have been registered or recorded by the GIPC or by Ghana, but indeed have actually come into the economy and are making the necessary, are taking the necessary steps to ensure that we benefit from being the host country to some of these investments. So I'll end by saying that indeed these investments exist and Ghana continues to serve as a conducive host country. GIPC, together with our collaborating bodies, support and facilitate their investment journey for them to become fully operational, expand and diversify for our mutual benefit. We also provide the needed aftercare services for their retention within the Ghanaian economy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam. Please put your hands together one more time for the Head of Research at GIPC, Ms. Eugenia Ochre. Please put your hands together for her. This was just meant to give you a flavor of the highlights. Now, we're going to delve into a discussion to get more insights into the experiences of some of our very important investors. But before we do that, quick announcement. So in order to facilitate the engagement with some of the key state industries, we have invited institutional reps to a green room to my left. That's just the first ballroom, after the ballroom. Now, if you have a pressing need to speak to any of them as an investor, you can slip out to have a chat with them. Some of those will be on the second panel, so I will be questioning them and you can question them as well. But if you have a special need, they will be here till the end of the program. Some of these institutions include the Bank of Ghana, the Ghana Tourism Authority, the Ghana Standards Authority, the Ghana Exports Promotion Authority, the Food and Drugs Authority, the Ghana Free Zones Authority, the Electricity Company of Ghana, the Ministry of Finance, the Ghana Water Company Limited, the Petroleum Commission. We also have officials from the Registrar General's Department, the Lands Commission, the Ghana Revenue Authority, and the Environmental Protection Agency. So this is not just speeches and panels, it's also conversations, problem solving within the framework. There's also an exhibition outside. So if you have an urgent need to locate a contact, we have desks in that room where you can engage them. We now want to turn our attention to a conversation to give us more insights into how this investment journey in Ghana has been. And to lead this conversation is a very important personality. We will introduce her right next.
Honorable Abna Osei-Asare is the Deputy Financial Minister in charge of Revenue of the Republic of Ghana. She is currently serving her second term as Deputy Finance Minister, formerly in charge of budget between 2017 and 2020. Honorable Abna Osei-Asare is currently serving her third term as Member of Parliament for Itiwa East constituency of Ghana, having served the people of Itiwa East since the year 2013. Honorable Abna Osei-Asare is a chartered accountant by profession and also comes along with vast occupational experience from the banking and finance areas.
Please put your hands together to receive our moderator for the first panel discussion. Please, it's a long one. Put your hands together one more time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to stand on the existing protocols and proceed from where we left off in the morning. As has been outlined earlier today, to fully realize the potential of foreign direct investments in Ghana, the critical task of following up and assisting with their onboarding must be attended to. We were told this morning that Ghana has reported close to about 830 million of foreign direct investments in the first half of the year, and which is being translated into about 122 projects across the country. And this is going to boost our economic development. In 2022, we were also told of a fair share of an inbound investment of close to 2.6 billion. And that also created about 27,000 jobs. And it is for these reasons that we find it necessary to make time to engage with our investors. One, to give us an opportunity to appreciate our investors' impression of the process of onboarding with our current existing structures, and also to see what we can do to improve on these processes as we seek to attract more foreign direct investments to help us transform the economy post-COVID-19. So this afternoon I have very, very strong captains of industry to help us in this regard. First on the list is Mr. Raj Horitz, the Managing Director of Fabry Metal Ghana. Fabry Metal Ghana Limited was registered with GIPC in 2017 to manufacture steel, rebars, and other steel products. Fabry Metal Ghana is part of the MMD Steel, and it was established as a greenfield manufacturing facility. It has evolved into a state-of-the-art factory producing international quality steel in Ghana. Mr. Rahi, you are welcome. To help us in this discussion, also we have Mr. Naga Murali, the from Fish and Feeds Limited. He is the consultant for Fish and Feeds Limited. Fish and Feeds Limited is also a joint venture between Damaran AS Denmark and Kewariram Chanrai Group in Dubai. The company started its operations in 2017 with an initial investment of $1.7 million. And to date, they have invested $3.5 million in this space. And they employ close to 500 people. The third on our list to help us is Ms. Yang, the Managing Director of Zonda Sinotrack Assembly Plant Limited. Ms. Yang is also the founding Managing Director of Zonda Tech, a Ghana-based automobile company that specializes in the assembling, selling, and distributing of heavy and light-duty vehicles. To help us in the discussion also is the head of research from GIPC, Madame Eugenia Ochre. Panelists, you are welcome to this all-important discussion. I'm told it's okay to take off our masks, so I'll take off my mask and we'll continue from there. One may ask, there are several destinations, but why Ghana? Mr. Rohi, maybe you can start with, why Ghana? There are several destinations, but why Ghana? Why did you choose to invest in Ghana?
Thank you, Madam. Thanks for kickstarting the discussion in such an interesting manner. And a very good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen and honorable guests. To answer this question or to kickstart this discussion, I would give a bit of a brief that I have been in part of this continent for the last 21 years and have traveled to more than 25 African countries multiple times for business. Ghana is unique in its own ways. As an investor, and more so in our manufacturing sector, a large-scale manufacturing sector, steel industry, the first component and first box which any investor would like to tick would be the political stability. Ghana provides it in abundance with a very firm platform, base of stability and faith in democracy. I think we are in 21st century, and when we talk of the faith of the entire country, the processes and the structure in democracy, that inspires confidence and comfort to business operators, economic operators across the globe. Secondly, I would say, for me, secondly would be definitely the structure of the economy. Ghana has been on the path of a liberalized economy and that allows you to bring in your skills, your competencies, and operate on a level playing field. So I think that is a definite add-on or a competitive advantage, if you may call it, or a differentiator. The third thing for me would be, obviously we have dwelled on that, the geographical advantage which Ghana has inherently, but has leveraged it well to emerge as the hub of the region. So that really attracts a lot of players. We discuss and interact with players across the globe, and everybody feels that the emergence of Ghana in the last 2 decades plays an important role as a regional hub. And fourth, I would say, for me personally, after having traveled across the continent and making this as a home for last 8-9 years and getting into operations for last 5 years, has been the inherent warmth of the population. So that's pretty unique, but I think that attracts people. The comfort they provide, the entire, and you become a Ghanaian right away. So I thank the population at large and the leadership definitely to ensure that the investors get attracted, and people like us who have traveled across the continent find so much of comfort and growth prospects in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raj. Political stability, structure of the economy, the geographical advantage, and the warmth of our people. Mr. Morali, do you share the same view, or you have a different view of why you chose to invest up to date $3.5 million in Ghana?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. Madam, like as I said, we are into fisheries sector. And for me, it is almost all 15 years in Africa, and this is my 13th year in Ghana. And I can't express the love what I have for Ghana. And as I said, as an investor, if anybody comes to a country to invest, first of all, the reception what you get, the feel what you get of a country is in the airport. The way the people receive you, the way the people treat you. So my first 100% marks goes to the airport authorities, who receives us with a warm welcome, without any uncomfort. So there itself I said, yes, this is the country where I need to invest. And then it comes to the public, the friendliness and also the acceptance. Like, we have to feel that safety. I also much comfortable with that, friendliness from the people. Then when it comes to the trouble and security issues, usually have been in other West African countries also before coming to Ghana. If there is a case of armed robbery, some people, they switch off their phones. You can't tell. But in Ghana, I have seen the police, they try to attack and they try to solve the issue. This type of bravery is not seen in other African countries. And in each and every aspect, and finally looking into my business, which is into fish, the staple food of Ghana is banku and tilapia. So definitely they eat tilapia. So this secures my business. So I said, this is the country where I need to invest, because tilapia business will never have a downfall when it is the staple food of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for you, the markets exist for your products, the security, and today we've all been told that investment starts right from the airports, because he said that the first field of anything for any country at all is your airports. So our investment starts right from the airports. When we put proper measures and policies in place such that people feel welcome and the impressions we leave with them may want them to invest in our country. Thank you very much. Madam, can you tell us your impressions? Why Ghana?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I was so worried about my English, but when I see my two Indian brothers, I feel so relaxed now. Sorry, joke. Why I came to Ghana? In China, we believe in incarnation, right? I believe it's our destiny. before I came to Ghana, I never had any work experience in any other country, including China. Right after I graduated from university, I came to Ghana. You know, I was studying journalism in China. Then later, I was also chosen to go to US to do my internship. Then the two systems crashed. I feel lost. I don't know what to do. And at that time, I feel my situation was the worst. I said, okay, let me choose another country to stay. Then I came to Ghana.
Oh, wow.
Then when I came to Ghana, I quickly fell in love with this country. I thought maybe my last generation, I was from Ghana. So I was a poor student at that time. Then when I came to Ghana, I said, I need to get something to do. Because at that time, I was a student. I just graduated. I was so poor. Then if you are poor, you're not afraid of anything. You're doing whatever you can to
survive.
Right?
Yeah.
You're doing whatever you can
to survive.
To survive.
Yeah.
That is why I came to Ghana. If you want to hear my story later, I tell more.
Thank you very much, Madam. Such an inspiration and encouragement to our students that once you're a student and you've graduated, you have something small on your hand. All you have to do is to push and survive. Maybe you can become the Zonda of Ghana in future. So to our students out there, you have to push to survive, just like we taken from our lady here. Now let's move on to your onboarding experience. Tell us, how did it happen in terms of the process to register, process to establish and make things firm? How did that happen? In that process, you tell us exactly what you do and how you were able to get on board at GIPC. So we'll start with Mr. Raj.
Thanks yet again, Madam. I think the first question is quite linked to my response. So, one of the reasons also, having seen the structures around the regulatory bodies and government agencies around the continent in different countries, one of the reasons why Ghana has been an attractive destination for us has been that it is quite a well-oiled machinery, if I may say. There is a structure which is there, which strives to create an enabling environment conducive for startups, so that index of ease of setting up and the entry barriers, which you will feel in a lot of our sub-Saharan economies, is a lot less here. I don't know whether this platform is the place to comparative numbers, but registering an organization in the first, when I was registered in first 5 years of this 2021, 2000, first 5 years of that decade, in some of the Central African economies, it took me a year to register an organization.
Wow. But in Ghana, how long did it take you to go through the process?
And when you come here, the process has been rather seamless. So that's once you have gone through such experiences, you definitely find this very exciting and ready to go. So lower entry barriers, very high ease of setting up the business. And one thing I would like to highlight it here, one experience definitely, a personal experience, that there is a willingness to go beyond your desk or your bureau or office and lend a helping hand to a new player. So I would just give an example that as a new steel manufacturing investor in 2017, we were talking to Free Zone Board and GIPC, but then we did not know how to go ahead and get the EPA. We never knew the EPA existed also as new investors. But then, and I've seen it in other economies, that's where the difference I would like to highlight. that in other economies, the guy would tell me that there is an office there, please go and talk to there, get that certificate, then we move to the next step. That will be a simple response across the regulatory agencies. But here the environment was such that the director called up the director there that we have an investor there, when can I set up a meeting with you? And then it was facilitated. So I would say that creating an enabling conducive environment is a big yes, a big positive for our experiences. But again, as we were talking earlier in the morning, not to rest on our laurels, others are catching up too.
Yes.
So our experience was mainly of the first part of the century, but today we are in 2021, so others have really pulled up their socks. A lot of neighboring countries have pulled up their socks, and we really need to continue the baton, passing the baton to the new agencies and continue to do the good work on a more effective way. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. He says that as the enabling environment, not just the enabling environment, but going the extra mile as well. And for Ghana, that's our trump card. We go the extra mile in helping in the onboarding process. Mr. Muriel, do you also feel, the same way about Mr. Raj's comments on the onboarding process?
I have also similar experience like that. When I came to Ghana first time in 2008, and like Fish and Feeds is the 4th project which I'm doing in Ghana so far. And all the 4 companies or 4 projects whichever I did, all are GIPC registered. And as far as I remember, the first project is Triton Aquaculture Africa Limited. And I myself went to the Registrar General Office. I registered the company. I did not take any agent. It was very easy and very cooperative. And then I went to GIPC, and they assigned an employee by name Patrick. And very soon we became like brothers, Patrick and myself. And now Patrick is in Canada. He's not with GIPC. So like either with EPA or Department of Fisheries, everybody welcomed me as a family member. I don't know, the love which I received from them, they owned me like a family person. Everywhere it was very easy for me. And if it is the Fish and Feeds project, I think within 3 months on ground, we got all the clearances and we started production also. Wow. So very fast. Within 45 days, EPA has cleared our project. And we got all the permits in less than 3 months. We started December 27 of 2017, and by March 1st, 2018, we are done with all. So that's the speed. I may be lucky enough, but I was never denied by any government agency, and I'm very much grateful for every government agency for clearing me so fast.
Well, that's great, but I don't think it's luck, but it's the structures that have been put in place. And like Raj advised us, other countries are trying to catch up. So we will have to consolidate what we have now and make sure that we make the system robust and even produce results in less than the 3 months that you spoke about to encourage more investors to come in. Ms. Yang, tell us. Yes, your onboarding process. How did it go? We want to hear first-hand information from the investors themselves.
Okay. Actually, I already told you I started from nothing. So at that time, I saw this opportunity. Ghana, you need a lot of oil tankers. But if we're doing trading, we need to invest at that time $300,000. But I didn't have money. Then I went to GIPC to talk to them. The people inside, they're so helpful. They were telling me, okay, I was telling them my reality. I said, I'm so poor, but I have this idea. I want to bring the tankers to Ghana. Then they said, okay, now, why my company name is Zonda Tech? Tech means technology, IT, right? You can register like this. Please don't learn from me, okay? Then I started like investing only 50,000 cedis. Then when I bring the product, then I quickly use the document I imported, like the tankers, the vehicles, to put up at the $300,000. So I'm encouraging, if you're a young starter, you don't have enough money, you can start small, then you go to talk to GIPC people. They will help you, because I feel in Ghana, I also travel to other West African countries. Ghana, if you are really investing, they welcome you. In GIPC, they have a group of people. Now they're still my friends. They will help you through every process. Then by doing that, I grew up to today.
That's yes. Wonderful. So,
yes.
Yes, let's give GIPC a hand of applause. But Miss Eugenia Ochre, is this information out there? What Ms. Yang is sharing with us today, is it out there so that if some investors, local investors, are really interested in vying into any projects under GIPC, they can also come into contact with GIPC and start their investments? Can you throw more light on that one for us?
Yes. So before I answer your question, I would like to contribute to some of the questions you put to them. Okay. So at the GIPC, we are happy to hear that you've had good experiences. Not to say that some of the investors have enjoyed the same experiences, but we keep improving. We keep getting better. We keep facilitating to ensure that where there are challenges, they are handheld throughout the process and ensure that indeed their investments get settled in the economy. So we keep creating the awareness. If you can compare us to about 4 or 5 years ago, you would notice that GIPC is everywhere on various platforms, showing that we provide services to ensure that investments are actually brought into the system. So we have become more visible, and we are also trying to embark on regional tours to continue to create the awareness that GIPC is a first port of call for investments in the economy. So we keep improving and keep getting better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is true we are talking about foreign direct investments, but I know GIPC also encourages domestic investments as well. And I'll encourage you to pitch some tents at the various investees. Maybe you can identify some Ms. Yang, Mr. Raj, and Mr. Murali, type of people in the investees waiting for someone to hold their hand to also go out there and do wonders like it's been done here.
Yes, so it's interesting you mentioned that. When I mentioned the regional tours, these are to encourage our local businesses who are looking to partner foreign entities to bring out their projects, so that through our various platforms and the conferences and missions that we embark on, those projects are showcased to foreign entities. And on the angle of the university students, we recently were trying to engage some interested parties in the University of Ghana that have certain beneficial projects to the economy. So that is also something that we are really taking on board.
Okay, that's good, and thank you for that. Yes, we have mentioned why we chose Ghana. We have looked at the processes, but we cannot sit here and behave as if there are no challenges. So we want to move into those challenges that you do experience to make things better, so that those out there will know that yes, there are challenges, but this is what we can also do to help reduce these challenges and transform all these into positive investments for Ghana. So I will start with Ms. Yang. Tell us of the challenges in this space.
Okay. You know, I told you, I started business from scratch. I started my business in 2010. At that time, I was bringing heavy-duty vehicles, like the oil tankers, the tipper trucks, all this. Then, actually, in all around these years, I didn't feel too much challenge because, you know, I never worked in other country. But I feel that I'm a product of Ghana. Then, now, because when I was in the university, I was a journalist. I was really interested in industrial development. And I was doing a lot of research on the development in China after revolution, we opened up in 1978. So after 1978, how China developed, because the only reason is because of industrialization. Industrialization made China from an agricultural country to a giant country by now. So when I was doing trading for like 8 years, I think it is time for me to do the factories. Because, you know, to do trading, definitely, if the time is good, then it's good. You have up and down. But to do a factory, once the market, they recognize your product, then you can plan very well. Then I also like the factories because I studied the history.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Ever wondered how much television stations pay movie producers for the contents they show on their channels? Well, they say it's meager and that you'll be shocked if you hear the figure. But if indeed it is woefully inadequate, why do they keep on selling their movies to the television stations? We table this for a riveting discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum. The show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has what you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size of pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-41-33-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And I've been joined on the show by Vida Educhumwa Boatin, the vivid, vicious, vociferous Vida. Vida is a columnist. Vida, Kwaba. Be fine. Between me, dear. Now saying, dear, almost so power. Now, I feel I show you.
It's been my signature look for years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, will be your name, say. In time for it be good for special location.
Special occasion be a day.
Oh, so what now do birthday? Obey teacher house akuko na very no.
It's not be UT. You're also a September born.
Yeah,
I never knew.
I'm 22nd actually. And dates.
2nd September.
2nd.
Yeah.
20 days. So
it meet my train when you birthday now.
There before they di kind the kind you share na more to near to me. How old are you anyway? How old are you?
Who they eat?
How old are you?
Who they eat?
Eat what?
Nane already do is what?
Eat what? Eat what?
Who they eat?
Cheesy pizza. And I commercial ones.
Nana already is with oneplayafrica.com. Nana Kwaba. Yeah, fine.
Oh,
nice. Also birth month here, Abe.
Oh, me Leo. I get 6th August.
6th August.
Yeah, proper Leo. Yeah.
My brother is August 4th.
No, he's not Leo. It's only one Leo in the world. It's just me.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a Brunese on standby with Nkomo.
Na dem krom ha de ye dan kasa na wotwi bia nkofo den sen kofroba 1 minute bia na information ni mama bodi na wotwi masanso atwimiti nkoma ekoso entertainment industry na ma hyeda na ma bo me homode ma hyehya me de brem zuma yen twa ehu sesi a na yen fa na yekọ embrem and as I say, the mama for Osikeni ba island frimpong. I medical ni fella makafui. Na we try na wamba no odi 1 year. Thailand say they are 1 year old. Na ye na ne ma post bi no say oh me be future dey secure dan kasa. Na den hwe skirt ta etefie ta ba papa hwe score wo. Wo ma me so unso bo ne homode ne dey adwuma ye obi bebre. In Thailand e ba sikasem dey wonni how kra. Your future is secure. And the pictures see dem say photo shoot so mu ye bi ma abufe yankati. Island wo say dey yakopon shaw. Number who mode because we so my Mrs. Ska with you only how we are. If you are don't way, I say the money na wasan so buy into the music scene. You for quite the one fan base or from with you at them. To see an artist na choice to say there, wa back wa be you one back I say same be buy inside was an home fan and I to take a break. To say your for quite the wa back. No buy so as a rebranded kakani dini craft and spelling and say assistant. Open so cancel release a year 2 of any videos, any song videos, back bust up and a chest up. Since you won't tell your media, no about more than half of penny with it. Now, so they dance or a crane money. So, for the my fault, now some are walking in and they say, Waba, Yamawa, snaps. Na me bisa unim eye Ghana ni ntuni ya friend G-man ai say na say na wo buy the moon tada ntini no me but nunyom bia ko say tanana shining bright pomodi ana ko sheti no na nka tie nipa na me kan ho ase na G-man na wo de munim story na e say bi ko buy no board driver ni bi tu wo de no ko to prison ni ade say de won yi na ni de won yi ni dada but o the book bi aba out a o kire eye ni okwo mu ni ade from fame ene amani ohun nyina e no ko eye interview at promoting or promoting bookina in common mubako na edbe tuja so or no dey say person worry a year television presenter delay ya no so person worry na isemi ba na ma focus delay na so be worry na e koso no big cast o delay what nsem na etwagu chroma G-man so person worry no say we dey cloud chasing as a person do hu jije mu ni ade nti ono dey on taste asem na G-man aba reply so ade na nkasa o kan keke kana fire mu analyze am mu fire na ma fa asem na sa na mu digban nti o say anya sa na o kan no kwa wasan so atwena no asanse sa delay nsem no kasa person worry o wan kan yenti wa chiasa amanfo se dey say akodi se wo ba krom ha ye Ghana ha na wo hwehwe artist a wo twabon na wo yibon na wo didi na tema na kama fa henche ne man sa akodi ne se o se krom ha do no na oye artist a wo ye yawo na nkasa anka mo fa Shatawale kran so nchen nsem ye kokan wo eye one play Africa on a TV nipa e kasa no so krom ha de Shatawale na wo baka se obi a wo didi na tem wo trolling wo internet ne so but there be ono no sa akodi ne ona manfo didi na tem amanfo za se masa akodi e ke mu ne ya aduana mu so sa akodi so waka se won awoye yawo na anka wo mbe mu kra so yes also there a trip of general and Dukran ono din sembe abetujo twema krom ha se hu makwakoye mu hu se hu se new art bi ba kroma na fe de one na wo ho old timers na fe de ma park mu akwakose o zada mu ye enye fine e wo mu se new artists for aba new crop of artists wo bo ho modern music industry say de wo nwom na yebo but mamu remfi eye legends o mo ba na wa be say one na we entertaining ti mu hu sa new ones na makase mudi we sin chen baby ase na one bob bra bia o se taso ban de mo ntwe na mo sisa na mo ensen fata mo kra kaso abanda me ye fan face na ye dumi nsem semi so one say na say na ye dance ne nka ma fu chema no ko hospital watch o treating him wa mo say sometime ago bi o ni nsem betu dwa on ni baby ma bibi basa the workers we dey onko tena ase na nko hwehwe ni na adwi mu kakra this the funny face wasan so aba we video bi betu dwa na ye onu akasa chema na nko nam kwanso akọ eye kuma so akọsa ye ni baby mama Vanessa ne nembe na onya accident kan no de betu dwa se tai ni nyina yi ni ade je se bibi basa na nso nyamencha de twetwe anya ni funny face de hwe anya ni na yi se bi betu dwa na ye wo ha na ye hu se funny face aso a drop post bi o chema ka bi o post ye Jeep Wrangler black o say Adebayo na e dey ache na manfo te say ya mpasa na fa ni kana je say ka ba ko be say na Adebayo dey ache e ye funny face o na funny face nsem ya so na post bi o san so betu do che mo so no in less than 2 years when you 7 suicidal attempts ai manfo chairman na kwa committee suicide na soldier fu bi hunu na wo boa no na nsem dey bi basa bi je say won say dan say ase funny chirema onu a ye Vanessa mame opeso okunu ai we do onu a na o chirem ye dey ntumi nche asem no kana ya mpana o say ye Vanessa mame opeso okunu say manfo chairman funny face mo mbo mo dey na munya ne bad because the bia oba no the way betuja o chira sanso the way betuja mu dey di say bibia you okay e wo na dream mana from my so him say artist one that dream kese ba for e royalties I want the gamma reason what chesa na musician is say na asema betuja e Stone Boy I dance on musician Stone Boy o share ye Ghana's High Commission to UK papa wo so ankoma no chire me o say papa wo be di say you say me artist Stone Boy na e bo dim beam native royalties when you fear gamma ho e 2000 Ghana cedis ayo 2000 Ghana cedis pe na wonya na say me beto say eh so braya boy ni na 2000 pe ai na yi na ye training program ka gamma ko ben kasa na resoma dia beto just eyi sa defend tactics bi na say Stone Boy person o use ma on start kwa wo mu anwa afro meeting se bra na ye nka eye royalty ya say wamba afedi ye na ma na on na person wo say ye ndi ka say ye royalty si hu nya nya de but asemi beto ja no say artist we bi a chema won so won fa royalties mo nye bi ye ebi no nye bi won akasa say de amafu say kama mo mba modin na mo nye mo adwuma ye na artist o bra say wo san wonim fifiri ni na wo be ko fifiri na hwe wo nya hwe wo say mo mba modin na mo nya mo adwuma na artist ko me and benefiting. Some kai Irene Logan of Stars of the Future fame. Irene and J first on if you na wo ye group na wo separate. Irene no dey same be to judge ma. We Stars of the Future be head say no 1 year man afede o start so onum cigar cigarette onu o start num bi o se nkofo na na do won hu bon na won na wonum de na PPE bi kire no bon so no won pie na no so enum bi ka kwa chema no kwa po bebi ebusu ofim ni ma men enum secret de papa so onu so she's great nti ono nkasa on she dan ti ase ne kom but say the Irene Logan e de nyombufu bi aba out I read say the assistant she's a minister of the gospel team won say Irene nyomi bia na obo de no akope bi eti obo my fan komo we entract ekrapim polo be kaya say wo si efedi ekrapim polo we return to twerking sister you say no da ne pass so bunimu sa ko de nyomi a obo ni din ai tepi nti ana akope bi eti na ise mi beto de na wo say eh polo nya wana wo say we repent and to nudity na polo na nkasa say ai ono no kan wo say do on yi ne ho on sheda nya sa nya ma na no ba wan kasa orient to ekibio ntamafo mu hu asem na okan ne mu nkasa na ono no kan afede also onye bio also twerking don kasa onye twerking ya kwapi polo chema no na ma na duan eno ano onya deals no di bi hwe ne ba nti won to me kan chen so beja twerking polo say ono de twerking de ene ejayo obe twerking ti polo chema twerking de on jai ne no njachu ai twerking no twerking de deals be fie dis ka be fie esi de no njai ntamafo mo kasa ne polo say me kan chen mu say it depend you ai na what we dem come across entertainment industry uzama broni me bo na me de be so mo da se ne e be san so ehia akrabo.
Thanks, Amabroni, for the segment. We call it Nkomo. For more of these stories, visit our website, www.GhanaWeb.com. Let me begin with Vida. Let's see which of the stories she wants to touch on.
Yeah. The very first one that says, you are lucky to have wealthy parents. Fela McAfee tells the little baby island. I mean, I support it when people want to, you know, kind of proclaim that they are rich, because I do not subscribe to glorifying poverty. I don't subscribe to that. But the quality of character as a parent lies in the training that you give to your child and what that child actually turns out to be. And you shouldn't really glorify yourself too much. Say Sikano will solve all the other loopholes in parenting. I mean, focus on giving the child the right training, because we don't want any child turning out to be so in as much as you want to flaunt and say which I think is okay by me, you should also focus on the content of character and quality of character you pass down to that child. Because mind you, both of you are entertainers. Make up both of you now. I'm referring to Felani Medical. Your child may grow up seeing a lot of people smoke around you, engage in other vices, and is linked to what we do in the showbiz industry, or very prone to that. I mean, some of us grew up looking at it on TV and make believe. But this is the case that she grew up looking at it around her. So the money is good, but focus on what you teach your child to you know, how you train your child and what will become of it. Not only useful. Emma society said they are only useful. Another one that I also want to talk about is Sarkodie says that he's the most insulted Ghanaian. I don't think he is. I feel that he's just basking in the ambience of Nancy as he's leading the trends. And there are things only in the team. Normal imagine say every week, you know, they want to lead it. And you know, very soon, I have something before.
Is that strategy working?
Episode 4 about
is that strategy working?
Yeah, kind of one I mean, Obi album release now. Apart from reviewing the songs, you know, he's been on radio and TV back to back, and to the point to say, even the tour issues that he's raising in other countries are also being highlighted here. As if we don't have things to talk about already in the industry, and I think that I end the Ebio who say in the and Kosha say interview in temp. Because I don't know when check. You know, I feel say you are not the most insulted.
But who would you say is the most insulted?
Well, I can be bold and say Shatta. Monokra Atimdidieno builds his muscles in the game. And in as much as you want to think say is a negative thing or no positive, that's what drives him, and he joins the fray. Or to who can Atimdidi who did not know di Atimbi at the fact. In as much as a negative, like people want to say, don't know they're a positive trait, man. So it's a two-way situation when it comes to that. Sakode, you are not the most insulting, Masa Jai. You are not. And now, funny face. I mean, I was very sad, you know, watching videos of an accident. You know, I mean, funny face is my brother. People don't know that. Or you mean so like many kasa on the low, but then I have me say all these things are happening, and I've heard say the lady is also not giving him the opportunity to see the kids and all that, and apparently who said when that happens now it takes a toll on not funny face, and caught so much into the Nyoma on a daily. But then looking at the comments beneath the post now, some people also drew my attention to the fact that Drivia, we all know say he loves music, and he loves to do like several antiques near the or Drivia or Tonyom or San or Bonnie some whilst driving. And we know it was a long journey to Kumasi. There could be a possibility say opinion for company na ebi enyom na ne verse be any deba. But me Bonnie and some man refi say ebi anasti akra esininim. And I'm tempted to believe that because we've seen several videos of him in a car riding. And then he has to turn to the camera and say a few things to either the haters that we don't know or to the baby mama's family and all that. And then I'll plead with him, say, in as much as you have life today, you know, who drive it, especially now. But then during the video updates for your fans, you know, sometimes they're unnecessary. And I also plead with Vanessa, say, and you have 4 kids. I know, say, it will be tough walking around with 4 kids to you know, to have other suitors or try to live a single life in Pua. It's difficult. Into I am from, so he has apologized. Find a middle ground and see how you can build more future together, bearing in mind these kids that you have. See, it's sad for me to talk about funny face again in this state. I've also seen Wendy Shea, and then they encounter headlines on me. Or the tree be a BBC internet and so. Kiddie, golden boy moments can cry or just shine. Oh, we raise him. So for my Wendy Shea, we live to see.
Nana, Nana, what means you?
Some kind of Obi hairstyle. Obi any hairstyle.
You see, we didn't matter. So a golden girl because they name say a golden boy.
Someone him say be
album. You say what champion the band.
Someone him say be album say new.
Oh yeah, no, see we live to see.
On also golden girl the band.
That's the circle that can say is the most.
We live to see because I'm out for kika.
Asemi ya eke.
Eh ya ko say massacre then no see a trend. I'm fan. Say
or the people you
lie.
Nana mami tio.
Oh, Rantie. Esema so now Vida Kase Sako they say is the most insulted no. Episode 4 ba Sunday 8 p.m. in same no. Mwepi pa into YouTube One Play Africa. Ubenya episode 4 na hwe. Nyama oka episode 4 nko dey most. Okay say last week say o can send you episode 3 nim. 4 dey most chekase. Nti me cha they don't.
They don't.
They don't.
Use to content there.
They don't say. They don't. Mama, first of all, one friend me to ask for even permission to use my content, you know, but you use the content and it was monetized. You know, yes, giving me credit on a monetized platform does not only cut it. Let's be sincere. You get it because it was on YouTube, it was on Facebook Live, and your Facebook Live is monetized. But it's fine. It's not a problem.
I'm lost too. I don't know what the Don said.
No,
I don't know the issue.
I'll tell you what he said. The Don is my biggest fan, and the biggest fan of my TV host Tilly Kwenipa. And you know, he was overexcited. Nenyaja, and I'm gonna shout out and say, Tilly does not deserve to interview Sarkodie.
I think he said that she lacks the experience to.
Yeah, and I felt happy that he said that. At least. It shows that he's a fan of what we do. And you get that and say, as a matter of fact, season 2 of Bold Convo has been renewed. And this September, another 4-part episode series ever.
Tiliani Jinem.
The way you talk about Tilly passionately like that,
because
there's one thing about him is you know when you are the boss, now be can be would you say subordinate? You need to come out, and I think that's what he's doing. He's doing it.
I thought it was who they eat situation.
But I am in America. But meaning the boy so. But when you busa went minka,
Nana Twaso.
And me transfer Mathieu. I mean about Vida minka who they eat situation. I said because I am in TSS Vida na Facebook you busa say who they eat.
Let me just set the record straight. I don't mean publicize it.
This is not fair. This is uncalled for.
I don't mean.
This is wrong.
Me who they invest me advert.
Me I advert.
Yes.
Okay. Mati. You don't Mati in no interview. Nana I am going.
I don't want to know interview. The me can survive there be over Facebook. I will say who they eat. I won't answer.
Okay.
Now I saw a pundit. So I feel like a man I'm about a business. Sometimes also multi-media who they eat. Now a boy. Now maybe now baby. Obeti me aboa what am say nti ene asem akwa say me tackle na second one say o say o de nyingu ne ho a na ye for special occasion nti who say vada de gu ne ho a kese o koje e chen football match say ade de aya na nti me ko third one is what I mean
me ko dey
we yen ko third one
nti me ko third one is what abanti asem we aya na aya me mobo. I've had serious conversations with musicians about it. It's the understanding of the music rights in Ghana, the usage in Ghana. Nasia Yainia Stoneboy Akushia Papa Usankoma, and he made very sad comments. And he knew, because he himself old artists. I mean, the likes of Ebutela has said that Otiminya close to rough figure 20 million. In terms of royalties from Europe. And he explained that because it's Europe, it's like Spain, and that idea boom. But a Ghana had the only phone to because a ferry. So it's not new that he will say that. But this is where this is where I want to pick the conversation from. I was expecting the Ghana High Commissioner, right? If I'm right, is that
to UK, Papa Usankuma,
to have made a certain comment that, if not on camera, we would have seen a certain move that he, as somebody in power, in authority, could reach out to Gamro and say, hey, the artists are complaining too much. It's not just the young cats now. It's even the older ones are even complaining now. What can we do? Because the issue is Obiawa, the side of the Gamro issue. You heard, if you follow the story, Rex Omar and his team have come out to say certain things that people don't even know the real name of the artist, Stoneboy and all that. And back and forth, even for Stone to reply saying that, and yet real name, what am I saying? I feel the government should just come in. This is when we need the AG, Charlie. This is it. Like, we need him. The way I feel Kuba chopping board, no. They should put Gamma on the chopping board too. You understand?
Yeah.
So that moves will be made faster. So we can increase the pace at which we are trying to solve that problem. And I said a story from Kwame Daz, I don't know if it's true, on City FM that they said they've partnered with a certain monitoring company to help them. We've been pushing that since God knows how long. And I was tempted to call, because I have a link to the local partner, that is Good Music. So I wanted to ask them, but I feel like for now, there's a lot of headache and fire around Gambo. They should find a way around it. But say, how is the system going to be? They need to push out more press releases to explain how the system is going to be. I've seen them say the artists to sign the sheets every time they are recording at the idea. The dedication must go down to all members of Gambo. It's getting unbearable, Charlie. If you have any friend who does music and they are not playing gigs or they are not getting shows or weddings or whatever, sometimes what to eat is even a problem. But I was expecting that Papa Uzankoma would have made a courtesy call on Rexoma, either by Zoom, and say, yo, I want to talk to you guys. What's up? What's happening? If not him, whoever can help us should help us. You know, because it's getting worse by the day. It's getting worse by the day. And it looks like once you raise it, they have a defense mechanism. Something that they know that, oh, it will catch people. One of their things is, register as a right society. In 2000. And you might have a chroma for even him, it passed 2000.
Sure.
You get it? It's a shame.
All right. So we are taking a break. And here I'll touch you on the Gamro issue, the money that right owners get. Sikanisha. In fact, whoever is part of the industry or has been following the issue, unim say, and so any. A big crowd of how said in an kind. Some are 100. There was a time some people said they earn 100 cedis and all of that. But you see, there is also another issue that we need to look at as far as the movie industry is concerned. This is because some producers say that they are giving small amount of money, they almost say peanuts, by TV stations. So they take their movies and show. But we need to have a conversation on that. And so we'll have that conversation when we return. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. We are now set to have a conversation on the movie industry, the amount of monies paid movie producers by television stations in order to show their content on TV. We've been joined on the show by Atta Boakye. Atta Boakye is a movie producer. Atta, Akwaba.
Yeah.
Bibi aboko. Ya no akasa de yama na yakoye nim. Mpempi no, when I meet movie producers, I may say mo amoye behind the scenes near nkofo nimu because time be a camera and you share me a camera director ujina hoya aja de bia woni ne yire kasa ofun si obi a nim movies den na wotwa ye betimi dia kai say oh okay movie ataboachi na ye
okay me that's it dedika mama enchia wahwefo
ma oni so ma team
movies media bi adepa ana mejime do no ankasa ene ye mi ankasa misika na me university adepa na mejime do yeah ya ka de me ye mankofo
nti adepa na mejime do no who release no da ben year ben
me ye mejime do no 2013 na me ye adepa no 2017 ene ifo na me nye production bi
adenti na wonye production bi
me boka yeah
boka beyesen
sika me di shame no manya me sika no back
nti odi say ni shame
me the bet is close to 30,000 but manya sika no back
30,000
but
o break even so 30,000 when you back
manya back
me fan is unya beyesen back
unya be 20,000
10,000 aka na ye
I am a
obo besia ena etwa ye enkofo bi na so wasene ana se sika no na ye wan kasa ode
na me die wo mu ba me chi bi on se aduma na ebi wo ha o se wo mu bi so wasene kaka ntimi jo bi die kakra e be shem
ti se o mu gusu dan waka won
oh na eyamia me hunam ne panti me ka se fiasa aha
okay movies no mucha distribution marketing ne anime say na mo how do you go about it mo yen say
ya marketing e tupe e akra no kumase kantamanto ana kajetia enti se e be babontia ti se bia ene ye Monday na me release ya me ne marketer wo kantamanto be ba kasa na me ne marketer wo kumase akasa na quantity e pese ye twa no e bia ya place order no wa e bia Accra Sounds and answer SKD. Ebia ye Kumasi 5,000, Accra 5,000. Ne se ye diaba. Sana ye no.
Okay.
And 5,000 Kumasi 5,000, Accra 5,000 ne sa. Ni asa place another order.
Characters no. Actors na mu use no. Omo boa ema oton movie no. Marketing the movie wise. Omo bo hu the rule ana say omo da so omo de omo twawie. No ma pom baby atina
ebi no obi okura movie na we yenko wonim ni title on kai biom o ka chen se onu na be on kai kura se waye wadwuma kura da but obi wo so a obetimi adi akira kopim se ebeba ma waton awie nyina but obi wo twa wie wonim eho asem bia
then ebema obi ayesa se metwa wie then I was to say ana o moti ho akira se sei ni nti
ebi ho ayankofa da oni nipa ntam ena ma bia odi akire odi akire kopim se time a ebeba ma waton awie no babu so a onni ni ayankofa no ya tia ne ka be ko ba bia fine no e fa ne manager nsam na ondo oba set be ya djuma no ti oni wonni bibia bia me
2013 2017 ana we try any free one of them some movies in me TV station bi ebe to free ho sena me pese mi nya word ni e omo to anaso omo ye dey mo kan say omo discan mamu so omo be sure a mo ka so wato movie no anaso wato to time bia opel bia obeshu who movies mi enu na wu try no TV stations etoe
ba ko obi na fa koye me hu ye no omo yi esi
o kan team no ho anaso obi
o nchen kra no of market copy no ko file no de koye
tuye
me friend TV station na o se we se na de buy nti me friend ni pa na be ka che na o se wona na de koye na onu kwa wachi wo mu wachi ni pa na could never hard drive so nti o se wan kan tin se won nyime de ne nka ho
se no need onu ni movie
ena eko o se wan kan chen o se o ye no onu no copy goods no wan ka se on nyi
nti o kan sa no o de ne like asem no
me catch me dey come out copyright for.
Okay.
And see omugu so any omu delay.
Da ben no.
Yeah, this year yeah.
This okay. Okay. I see. Na ono no de no. Okay. Enya wona auto yen tu hu sika oje because na ye ono no mu.
Oh, but ebi wo ha me sika ebije.
Ebije sen.
Ebi timi 100 series, 50 series kwa.
Ode o show movie no.
TV station tin kase me ma onu kwa tin kase obi kra de che me.
Okay. Ebasa wo movie producer no. Meaning say TV stations or movies on board adverts. Omo wo che fan wo adverts name. And I say
only che fan bia. Oje 100 series ni ya waje wi. Say part 1 and 2 waje 200 series. Ono ma wi. De omo de benya bia mfa ho.
Time yo pe bia o bet show na.
Obi timi kase oni time a odi beja yi. Minim station bia otimi kase ono oni time a odi beja yi.
Na aden na I don't know ton of fufu sir. Because 100 cities there. I mean production, in production and you may come the resources, time, money, and you pay props and you iska. Then tina ton movie 100 cities.
Obi o wa ya na onu hu ni se ade ne kwa ba market awienti. Eda ho ya nya me hwe. Nti ade na se bia ne me obe 10 titles a me find 100 no. Na me find nya ma ade sa na bi dwene no. Ano me say me farmer because eda ho kura enye bibia ma me dia but me property ni kwa assembly che be 100 cedis no. Na yeji obi wo yeyi a obi hwa obeka se wajiska because say be betima yi o movie wo DSTV na nso unya ska bia ba obi tie kire obeka se yeyi o movie wo DSTV nti wonya ska finance unya hwe
me hu say o championing this movies ayeton ma TV stations ni ade ubenya say nanka yento wo movie no ana me pese me can say what because what I say
oh man right
on the right and be about the infant sa infant trasa ubenya say nanka TV stations ebeto wo movie say be obi show e wo TV so
I was say me menya dia o say ke ye de ye state amount to be to na ne kwa na bia part 1 ye de mana oyi part 1 ne yia bet say bia 1 year na obetima yi part 2 no ni kwa say de ni nyina ma ne say ebia obi wo ni movie title 1 to 4 no ni nyina o de ama no 100 cedis no 100 cedis
and still na unyi ano sika sen free so want me more exact amount cra my range ebi free say ko say and I be amode ma ebe show say ye adwuma na ye na sombo mojitum na mubu ye adwuma na ye.
Okay, around media to me the cause see as me obi be jimi movie e bia each part bia de be man 10,000.
But movie producers no me as a mwana mama omo TV stations no e fam adwuma no for sa because meaning say 5 per day pushy for me can TV for omo ebi omo ni Film Producers Association of Ghana omo mo twesi ni nka bomuko 5 per day pushy senka members no mo betimi a twentwen so but many some of the executives said in komo producers no mo their 5 per day kan na mo mfi mo ye anoma sa ton 100 200
dodo na nye 5 members enti obi wo ha hu ni say we businessman on na di ni sika a share duma ndi open na oye emra bia nsi ni kwan say nka mra bi da ho say ye chill say bia wo de wo movie akoma station say nd say na wo de akọ eno kra wo say nke ye ma yes bia nsa na eno so kra no o matimi ayi but obi wo kra e ba na echina obetima fari akoma TV station ni say omunyi enti wono hu ni say wona di ni sika hye mu enye obi na aboa no enti de opebia na wo ye no emra bia anya adwuma e wo sa de no
but we are 5 member
menya 5 member
na de na mo association e wo mi say freedom of association o pa na wo join but you say prayer o kan bo mu emu but o tintema ebu adena unfa ho nom 5 pack ana say
enye se mi hu by time am pese camera mu no enyema no mo hwehwe free mo ho no na me nyanya ye entina me nko mu no but
o mu na na hwehwe ni bi ni den
Yes, media Jumano and number of movies I also one sana.
There is a quarter, you can't say. There is a what's the word? Me refi word now, but also drew a certain threshold. Yes, that's the word. Also drew a certain age. So wait a movie for how many years? And I saw produce saying and some waiting my joint.
Saturday me title back up.
Okay.
Nti afi na miguso a omu efese omu de me ejimitum.
Wa wo sha or how we ni pumesi bre ni den. How do we solve it?
Yeah, also creative art industry ni maye mra maye. Say your movies no. Nka the area mass TV station ka yen omu fa ya de maye. Ma yen san shamra say sebe ko krampo na ti say de make say be 10,000 per part no. Enka yema figure bi say we eda ho sei untimi nyia ana untimi nto a ema ho
na wo sha ebe because I say much ado about nothing obia
ye ka say ye ebe
okay mama ko abeja for her na mama sha say free vider ho say the wo gu ahomekoko yi runisi sai why na mama tio
over nkomo wele nkomo dada o yaka yenye hunu pon asibre ana mu bi dodo na so nye ready say edwuma na eje eguru mu besom enti no nko content kra na mane ko na kwakoye bi mamika bibi ncho nko fo no on ye sini no ebi ton no 100 cedis because ono akokra semina bi free China ba obepe ho advert abo e o TV so nti obeye bata oje 100 cedis na wo kana osan wo mo ne anwa bi a wakra ba o de be ma TV station so fambo advert man nti ono hu ne say sinini ye avenue a ebe biye kwan ama no ama oni media for edi nsawo so na wafa saa kwan no e de aton na de a ofo se na di sika bebre no nti bi asa details no de omo fama but omo fa ho de business de bia with media owners no sini egu obiso obi egu me chocho bibi kaka me sesi edu se YouTube ba na sini na egu se obi atwe ni sini odikoto ekope kakra age akrobeto any Frank Naro ye okumasi omso si dum so ena kofa sini ni gu ni ebi so se ejako sa personality cult see ye no was the doom of sini eye no ebi so say transition na buy free cassette ko VCD ko DVD ko hwan I mean obia ni nasemonko nti if you don't have a united front na no obia so assembly sene abasa not to said your pa how are you able to come together to have a unified front na mon company for nkoko there's one common enemy say ubisamia piracy. Sini no there's 100 Ghana obi ton 1 cedi with traffic.
True. Yeah, traffic.
What's my say? And even that money doesn't come to you. In think 100 Ghana na no beda obotom de kada onyame ase because it treat it to ton just like that. There are some technical challenges. Ewo hono. The edi kind lack of funding. Sika bie ni ho a sika bantan bi eda ho a okwa okote kakra e de beye usini ne mani yeye. And the actors will tell you say when you free set and so yintua omuka it's dey bia no omo grambo but akwai say juma we na popularity no timi de ho won chen no o friend na waba sike bia ni ho and you tell me say oko production on aduane dey even locations covid by couple nobody was releasing ni fie to be used for movies sisika dey ni ho no na feed into some poor production omo di feeding no but we producers you better catch us no matter how poor the production is your market the target ni service you omo chair down go school ntino atembidie no keka bombia na ekona kanea nsokra sumkra na obehwe because kane no na Chinese movie no yen katwi kasa so no the action na determine killer ni blow man. You get it?
Yeah.
And you know there are technical issues of what's that yeshe. Kofi Ajolola be complaining kotna radio so can say we dey nika okogu won ani as producers na kofi eche akopi sika na momo. We need funding. you hear commitments from actors. They say, "Oh, you see, no, be a by force YouTube star, or be a when you show YouTuber or your interviews." I'm gonna say media phone crowd, you who baby a yefa because show now who pay inviting on one cause on you be that. And then go years so be any day. You need to broaden your market, no? And to do so, one thing I been here a translation. I've seen movies. Peter said if I will tell you, yeah, Arabic in the mama other markets and so moto. Na same time Jackie course Ivory Coast sedation nipa doma push or mokofren. It means almost any cine. But somebody has taken the pains to do a French translation. Was in New York, the abusa said why and the yes have French translation now all town was our Ivorian market. Oh Kakawa it was a Wusakayana. Should be a amateur TV so some way translation. What kind of be power bro for that ya? Utilayoya. Now make us if I call French and I'll be denied. Make us if I call Arabic. Arabica and I'll be denied. Ain't it a 4 night way in fear chino? 1 to 2 weeks now, woman. How can you come to a bind and I say any unified front to say, Yang Wamu? 5-pack presidents. President Nana Akufo-Addo ABS cinema. What the radio so say me ABS cinema. When we leaders no. I don't think I'm sorry for being your mokwa sorry. Not still sini for egusi to us sini good dem my cinema FM because or can the fail say a better half capacity in Tima ye cinema na half any zero. Half any share and can they run and come for so also. And to me the make chemo say a juma no fana wo mu feature until you start to work from hono. Now when you say unified front, I buy be anyone person no ho bo a group na industry munye unified a chase kaye hu baby ebefa. Me say my creative arts for fund see a chase cafe obe wa twede e koji di no ana koji ye adwuma no obe wa twede a mo be bo sika ho. Sika no so aban no de mawa okọ account for. It won't mean too ngusa. So must tell your people problem ni fakese na free mu fiche start solving na munja pesemin kuminya no obinya baby jina wa ban mu be kakra bia na mo maka no watwa moja no you have to tackle the issue from there ya kana ya bre sini I don't know what to say because ya enkomodada enma so de nya de mbetie nti ya kana mo fa sini esu etie baby ebe ya obi anko ye bie YouTube page ni bi
Nana
I want to
meet you.
Hey, the vibe I can nature.
I'm say be a once the vibe I can nature. I meet you.
Okay. Moving some media is to me it's just one thing, lack of education. That's what's affecting our movie industry in Ghana. Education not just from school. Education is not just from sitting in a classroom or going for like school, whatever. But I'm talking about understanding the arts that comes with of making film. To film, there's also a business side. So let's look at some of the conversations that has come up. First off, why would a TV channel want to buy a movie for 100 Ghana cedi? I mean, why? On what mathematical basis? Because if you are a television network, you need content to run. Three key things that help you to run your channel. 1, sports. 2, movies. 3, music. And these are the passionate points of Ghanaians: movie, music, sports. So you find a lot of channels, they create content around either they are heavy on music or they are heavy on sports or they are heavy on movies. Yeah, you get it. Movies, you find these foreign ones that are so you need the content. You know the cost of producing even a TV show. It's not anything less than 7,000 Ghana cedi. I mean, for one episode, it's not less than 7,000 Ghana cedi.
Yeah.
But because there's lack of education in the system, the TV guy knows that the people who bring the movies to sell, they don't have the technical know-how to even bargain, have a conversation. Even if it's for barter, there's a way we go about barter trading with movies, and the way we go about barter trading with TV content. You get it? And even music. There are 3 different conversations. So it's education. Let's talk about the IT part of of film. Let's say Messi is right by saying because of YouTube, it's affecting them. It shows you how there's lack of education on their side. These days, people are creating amazing movies, and they are monetizing heavy on YouTube Premium. There are some movies I watch that it's like on YouTube Premium, and the budget is better. Also, lack of education. Amazon Prime, Netflix, Hulu, Roku, and all these guys have, even Twitch have VOD platforms that are giving out support to movie producers. Where is education? How do you package? How do you go there? Nigeria has Netflix, Niger. We don't have, because there's a certain lack of education in our system. So it's like what we were talking the other time on the other show, where I was explaining how Ghanaians, you know, we take things for granted, right? I have a passion for filmmaking. I follow after 2 movies. I call myself a producer. I call Abrantepa, I call Benis, I call this Muncha Cinema me, my pet camera guy. Hey director mami. Maybe I'm a to also producer. Now, you know, system, you know, I work on just like that. And the issue is listen, the 5-pack issue Vina talked about, when I was heard it, I was laughing. I laughed and I even fell down in my office. You get it? Systems are changing how films are being made. The word Corona hit Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
And we all said that, oh, the cinema culture in America was coming down. Look at how they use VOD platforms to rejuvenate or retell their stories. But even coming to America was on a VOD before it hit cinemas. Coming to America too, by Eddie Murphy and all these guys, it was on VOD before hitting cinemas. The culture is changing. People are growing, but our system is still on mediocrity and easy way out. Like assembly banner say was near solving and near easy way out. What am I saying?
Yeah.
It can be solved. I was asking somebody that why is a Nigerian movie, this movie, King of Boys, I don't know if you've seen it, trending in Ghana. It was like, oh, movie never fair. I said yes. You see, Netflix is making sure that before I put a certain movie on my platform, it has to be a certain standard. Here, what is the standard? Even the person who does the correct movie that meets the criteria for Apple TV, VOD and I say VOD, Netflix and all these platforms are being mocked. Yes, sir. Oh, and I move here, and I move here. We glorify mediocrity in Ghana over the right things across board, from music to movies. Each one for himself, go for answer. This thing is not going to solve. A TV station knows proper to do the right thing to set the mechanisms in motion. That if I want to buy your movie, this is how you have to get the movie to me. No Ghanaian wakes up and says, I'm going to give my movie to Netflix. Now, have you cleared the sound in your movie yet? The music in your movie, have you cleared them yet? All your actors and things, have you signed off with them? What is your process of paying residuals? You think Netflix will just wake up and say, give me the movie? It's the same thing with television stations. They know. But one more day, lack of, you know,
and everyone.
And you see, and almost everyone now, when movie at the right time, people say, one more movie, but they don't even think that it's coming back to affect them as a TV network. Because if you are showing his movie, part one at a less prime time that nobody is watching, and you bought it for 100 Ghana cedi, so watching now when you be when you put that movie back on the TV, your viewers will tune off because like your stress and your bread. For brand. Hence, they keep buying these foreign movies cheap from these guys.
Telenovelas.
Exactly. So you keep buying the movie at 100 Ghana, and you show it at a horrible prime time, like less prime time.
Minimum TV station be almost show area, no more show anymore. And there is a movie almost showing for like a month. Like every Wednesday and I said Thursday be almost show that particular one.
Let me speak as a TV person, as an African TV director, right? Do you know why DSTV certain movies are repeated?
Why?
It's called a cycle. Because it's a paid platform, and we know that Vida and the people who are subscribed to DSTV hardly sit at home to watch a movie
at a certain time.
So the movie is rotated in a certain time frame. Sometimes it's a month. And see, you set movie no 20. Now you push up a system. Now you rotate time necessary. And it's a 4 p.m. 2 p.m. That's how it is done. To meet the subscribers of their platform, their taste and their time. Corona by I say people were bashing DSTV power. How many you call lockdown? People were saying the one-way movie, it's not one-way movie because you are home and you're not doing anything. It's an ultimate shift.
You're always tuning.
Yes. It's rotated. It's a system. And TV stations know it's a system. It's my headache. It's a system. System works elsewhere. We are here working around the system. I see there's no system about for movies. It's a system. How are people in South Africa able to dominate world movie scenes and theater now? How are they doing it? There are big movies from South Africa now. People are collaborating with Hollywood now. They are breaking the records. They are changing the conversations. Yeah, because it's say you're talking 100 Ghana. Say we'll be say YouTube inti. Movie I come from. Now the nature then and yes, in nature never go to YouTube. It's education. What am I saying? Yeah. I've met attorneys, I've met producers, I've started with some of them. Now, maybe say, time I DSTV, and we wanted to do a channel. Okay, that we're going to bring all of them together. Do you know why I stopped?
Why?
The
producers no
the lack of education among them. One say, yeah, organization, you become a bad person. Because once I say, what opinion will film? Now, when people say medical to me channel, the right thing is that I have to pay on that. So you go and clear it so that when we are paying, you and I can split the pay, and then we'll pay. Listen, fight away. This is in Ghana. This is
much ado about nothing.
Ghana. This is in Maybe I will be a woman America on Papa.
Nana, the okay, the answer would GD
Asa Ghana. Do you know that they can't see? Let me make this example right here. We are mere example in the culture. I went into a culture where a conversation where it's about culture, and I was trying to understand how people see musicians and actors in Ghana. Do you know what the person told me? This is a very big man in Ghana, politician. Pay me mupa. Also, somebody said cantata. 2021. That's a penny or that. Papa na mekano wasem. Baby a wote. Any sanya wo hu say ye de say cantata. Na o de bill ko nim say won san na
share say cantata for
the lack of respect for arts in this country. If you know how big it is. Even here in your office, go and tell your editor-in-chief that you want to do a show, right? About certain things. Commercial parts, maybe you know. Now, what we may say because so now yes, as a charity thing, so I'm telling you.
We are make here. But minimum so obemo anu esifom.
Sir, and for me there, because more customers now.
No, meaning so everyone knows it because we are channel a lot of entertainment content.
We have a problem. The people. Then I'm happy, and I'm happy for you guys. So you have somebody who understands the art, who is leading your ship. It will help you guys. Listen, those in the oil business, those in the pharmaceutical, those in the you name it, the other ones. You know how they see us. Relief button. Right? I've interviewed all of them. Relief button. So at time we now, or no funny walk up and we channel in your brain or there. I say, oh, movie there. That's how come he will buy it 1 CD in traffic. Because we won't art, no
value.
On value. And what you say na you?
Ada what ye mabeja for omobu abemana.
Oh,
omomu abem. The omo can no omo eya adwen ana say fa baby react to that.
Omo sua de. Ata munko na ko sua de. You guys have to go and learn. It's the truth. Television content creation has changed over time. Obi no catch say content hasn't changed over time.
Okay.
The world is moving. Munko siande.
Nana, ata what response to?
Nana ya seminar o kana so kase ensuade a efa ba bi me nyintu.
I made them to mun siande.
Nana man kwan no nyina onyia no.
Yo
hina wogitu me hina wonyintu.
Se o kase be producers ensuade.
What generalizing no?
Yes. Because yes, any producer biana untimi kanje salam se onsuade. Salam nim de oye pa. Nti so na ya kase ensuade a o se hono twesan.
Na wo kire so omu nyina na ebi mu ana dodo na.
Okay, Obodi was Abdul Salam, right? I sit on a conversation.
Summarizing mami.
Let me tell you something. When I say everybody learns. The fact that you know a certain way, mechanism, doesn't mean that is the only way. So, the issue of selling the content for 100 Ghana cedi. Like I just said, I gave it to you example. Say there's a way I sell content. I produce content. There's a way we sell content to TV stations. There's a way we sell a movie to a TV station. The way we sell a music video to a TV station. So over Abdul Salam here, I know what you're talking about. Is the line of Iroko TV. That's what you're saying. But aside the Iroko TV, there are other VOD platforms that generate more revenue. And even Abdul Salam movie now can say no. What they can say, because I'm sitting in the conversation right now about a certain tall line of blockage near the idea. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Yeah, new system here.
Okay.
That's all.
Twaso.
Your numbers be a more jet to me say omo de we omo den on find 100 cedis no. Obi keeping moving it to da obi free at as a force so on fan ko Jessica bia. E bi wo honom sa. Ndi sankofo ne epi say nko bia meye se omo.
Enu na woka ho.
Yes.
Okay.
Na nka say ye mfa nje.
By the making statement say omo ton 100 cedis no. Omo other products omo pushy on those channels more like a butter. Ntie bia oton cosmetics. Now ton we've seen in 100 Ghana. Na omo ye omo san bo. What better amount? Eno no enye entwas mu ma.
No matibida but me catch say me mfama. Matibida. Obusa o catch station bi wo ha catch say unia de bia
o pese obo ho
kafabra na bebeje. Am say me ni bibia say
un bibia anka obeye.
Menye because me sika no me bo amount bi ma no say omonye. Obi kura enti say ko say obi kura de bia be che wo mo. Na wo say o de be Jesus sika we. Papa bi de bia che me. Station no o say papa bi de bia che ye.
Eti de aka wo ha nyina say o bo no po a den na obeka.
The American say I was say ye nyina ye come together na the I was say ye man ye because any say dia ye nyina betina fie te say the TV say ye adwuma no ye ka say asori ba nsori
na say gisi ye nyina ye wu
na ya oboa
because ye adwen no
na ya oboa bibia nu wa o ka say obeya ye ye entiase ye tiase a na ya ka say
ata nana.
Yes.
No, time also. But maybe for last comment now the etima
no say about be nyina tiase a e betima ye ba ya tiase de ye ntimi ye o say nyina ye kan ho bom na ye tiase say ade we ne pese ye
na ye
na ye be ye.
Okay. The wo kan twato nana under 1 minute.
I want me point no. You see, say muntimi back together and lack of education. My example, I know about going back to America. Kofi Asamoah understands VOD platforms. As a matter of fact, the movie Amazon Prime.
VOD no, obi wo ha no wo hwe
video on demand like Netflix.
Okay.
What you say? What am I saying? Ghana ha no. Prince Ghana boni friends this the other night but movie in friends. Peter. He also I've had chance to listen to him on radio. Obi anya we na watena so.
Pese minkuminya wom.
No, omatena so. Because you know why omiyesa in showing the next person, what show say nipa na command direction. What we take criteria no. Now on the video the movie kwa I bounce ye na ye den. Ye ba no. And the other part too is that they also feel like my brother and menya me path. Also ko brother nya. So when I say lack of education, I'm not insulting even. I'm just saying that I've had certain conversations and you know what say Musia de say do obi atem. I'm not insulting anybody. I have friends in the industry. Calipos is my friend. Kokobasama is my friend. Peter is my friend. I have a lot of them. A lot of them are my friends. I'm saying that those who have found the way they want to show the others. One more trauma, the system you have to go through. One thing go through.
Okay.
And I so one man the piano. Only how person will boot to feel. Not no question. So to be protected. So but when you learn, as also see there, you understand how they do A, they do B. Now also the then I don't subscribe. I support you. No be Antonio movie more be 100 Ghana cedi. Say out on toast. Yeah, ma butter. And now ton emo. I am a butter. And ton movie 100 Ghana.
Mate, Vida, concluding yanko.
Makana meka biem say mwanka sano yakase muyi mu ba ko no ndi manim kan a wobeko 1 year na munyen yi nipa no because obia feel say oduru ho no ma onu de na hia asem be duru ho ansa no de kuo ni nyina collective problem ne duru ho mu so yema musika na munya moa bia na mo kate corners e krom ho for de oye ne so che bebre mo mpe o biara ne enko ne sa emmoa. You see, in Nigeria for movies, ABBA from Kakan influx, from compared to the previous years. This is a timer. I want some fix some. Now we take advantage.
Okay, right. So, I need to make the ABC. I mean, I was say show no cheesy pizza and a sponsor. So, cheesy pizza has all you want from juicy smoothies, jollof fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get 1 small pizza, fries and chicken, 1 cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. We be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get 1 free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026 4133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. A reminder that the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign is still ongoing. We are celebrating our 22nd anniversary. GhanaWeb is 22 years, and as part of our activities, we want to reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. And so, if you see anything that poses as a threat to lives and properties, let's know. Kindly film them or alert us. We are live and interactive on all social media platforms at the GhanaWeb. Is the handle at the GhanaWeb, or send us an email, newswires@ghanaweb.com, newswires@ghanaweb.com. So let's help reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. The GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, we've ended submission of nominations. So it says nominatee will be our partner. What's next is the shortlisting. And when the shortlisting is done, we'll present to you the list of nominees for you to vote. It's the People's Choice Award. So, nominatee, our nomination, deadline. I mean, a baby, until nominatee will be a bill. Thanks for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. I've been on the show with Naniel 18. He's with oneplayafrica.com. He's Tilly's boss. Yes. And watch out for the bold conversation episode 4. Yeah. Tilly is still on the seat.
Yes.
But the Duchuma Boatin is a columnist, vivid, vicious, vociferous, who they eat vida. Duchuma Boatin. So, and also Eddie no. Atawachi is a movie producer. Producing movies in 2013 and then 2017 was Mama Boka. So in the Atawaja now will be tribute. Will be tribute on Trefo. Dabi sa eja and one ye yes say in so far by no just say unum so biu ha inti sane be the movies ne ba bontia monto emaye na ye hye mo se mo so anase ye ka a kire mo se mo ma standard na enkoshro se de be eja nane a se enyi but ebe me de be wogidi o ebe pa efra me ben
you say no
me din the benefit bo in abrantiba nane a se ji se enyi but nana no that thing I disagree. Forget him. I mean, it shall be well. Yes. Thank you for watching Bloggers Forum. My name is. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thank you for watching.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Hello there, and welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Na Oyokote. Now is the start of another weekend, and of course, I am here to bring you a recap of business news that made headlines during the week, as well as an exclusive interview. This week on BizTech, we'll be talking about sneaker laundry, I beg your pardon, and my colleague Mauli Aholumega sat with two co-founders who turned dirty and old sneakers into spanking new. Desmond Konedu and Richard Kobler are the co-founders of Shoe Lab. Have a look.
This company started some 14 months ago with the premise of ensuring that your footwear is clean. That company is called the Shoe Lab. I'll be speaking with the brains behind the Shoe Lab, and they'll be taking us through the entire process of how to get your shoe cleaned. They are my guests on this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholumega. Yeah, welcome back from that break. So today I have here with me the CEO of Shoe Lab and operations manager of Shoe Lab, Desmond and Richard. First, I'll go to Desmond. Desmond, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Richard, how are you? Nice one. So tell us where we are now.
We are currently at Shoe Lab, Nolecon branch. This is the second branch of Shoe Lab.
Okay.
So that's where we are now.
All right. Okay. Desmond, you are the chief executive of this company. What was your first decision to set something like this up?
Decision? Well, myself, I'm a sneaker lover.
Okay.
Just like my friend told you earlier. I wouldn't say I am or he is a sneakerhead. We are sneaker lovers from childhood. He's been my friend from, you understand? So we love sneakers. And then we believe that these days, like this world we live in, is kind of problem-solving world. Okay, so it was a within problem. Okay. Himself and I. We realized that at a point we couldn't make time to clean our shoes again. Meanwhile, we have like huge love for it. You understand? So we just sat down. Like I contacted him someday and told him that, yo, bro, now that we have like large quantity of shoes that we can clean, I'm sure people out there having the same problem. So why not start something? Yeah. And he was like, oh yeah, cool. Then there's this other friend of ours, Bobby. Okay. So we told Bobby about it, and he also seemed to like the idea, and that was it.
Okay. Wow. And you've been running for how long?
For now, I think we started somewhere June last year.
Okay. So that's quite short.
Yeah.
And how's the business going so far?
Oh, honestly, so far so good.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it. I like it myself. And we've actually paused whatever we had doing in the past, and now just giving this our full attention. So.
Okay. But what first were you doing before you ventured into this?
From school, I used to own a boutique.
Okay.
Like I told you, we love sneakers, and also we used to have the same place where our first branches.
Okay.
So that was what we were into.
Okay.
We used to travel sometimes and bring goods down and then.
Okay.
That's how it's always been.
Right. So when you first started, how many shoes did you begin with, if you can remember?
I can't record the exact quantity. But then when we started, everything in the shop, as at the time we started, was my shoes and his shoes.
Okay.
That was what we started with. Like, we cleaned them, the dirty ones we had inside, we brought them out, cleaned them, and then we displayed.
Okay.
And then we had a call from my friend, Rami, because we started making noise about it on Snapchat.
Okay.
So a friend called and he's like, oh, yo, I have some shoes. And he brought about, you remember?
Sizable quantity, I think 12 pairs.
Okay.
For the start, his own personal collection, so we bought them for a start, and that was how it kicked off.
Okay. So basically you started with your own shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then how was the response like for yourselves? Not before when you started having customers and all that.
Honestly, I wouldn't lie. It was crazy.
Okay.
Because after Rami called, I don't know if it was because of the Snapchat posting we were doing or no, I don't know. But then the calls kept coming.
Started coming in.
Please, where can we locate your shop? You know, it was great. So.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I know you guys clean shoes here. I saw, checking your website, I saw you do other stuff. I saw something like deodorization and all, some terms. So first, what's the first step if somebody wants to get their shoe cleaned? Because I see a number of shoes here. I'm sure these are for people. Yeah. So what kind of shoes do you first get in to come in here in this lab?
Well, we do anything footwear. So whatever problem you have with your shoe, you just bring it and then. But the first stage is, I know, like how you probably like heard of us. So
I actually saw you guys on Instagram. My boss shared.
When people come across our page on Instagram, what they do is they pick the number, they call, and we are like, oh, this is our location. Would you want us to pick it up, or you would like to drop them off yourself? Then people, most of them prefer the pickup section. So we do that sometimes. People love to bring them themselves as well too. At least tell us what exactly they want us to do on the shoes for them. So they bring it and then we're good.
Okay. All right. Let me go to Richard a bit. Richard, so you guys are basically magicians of shoes.
Yeah.
So are you telling me here today that no matter how bad the shoe is, you can take care of it?
That's what we want to pride ourselves with.
Okay.
As we stand, we want to pride ourselves with being the best. Because I don't think in this industry that we are in and in this line of business we're in, I think this is the best of its time.
Okay.
So we like to pride ourselves with that. So what better way to pride ourselves in but knowing you are the first and knowing you are the best at it. So that's what we pride ourselves in. So we like the challenge. Like there are shoes that come in black and leave white.
Wow.
There are shoes that come in white and leave black. So we like those kind of challenges. We like upgrading shoes. We like mending the shoes. We like cleaning them. Aside cleaning the shoes, we do all sort of things when it comes to mending, patching, shoes, sneaker customization, and all those stuff. So we like to pride ourselves that way and see that.
Yeah, but also just a quick follow-up. If the shoe has been lying down there for like many years.
Yeah, that's one of the main challenges we face here. With, some shoes come in with the soles of the shoes. The soles is the under part of the shoes. They come in yellow because the shoes has been there for very long. Some people keep it under their beds for so long. So it comes in like, they'll tell you, oh, when I bought it, the sole was very white, but now it's yellow and all those stuff. And like, that's one of our specialties.
Okay.
We make sure we restore it back to how it was.
Without painting. We don't do painting.
Okay.
We make sure we bring them back to it like normal.
And I realize you guys also do some customization as well. You customize shoes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So we have some machines we use. Yeah. We wouldn't want to disclose what machine it is.
Sure.
If not, we would have taken you inside to show you.
Okay.
But then what it does is you connect it to the PC, you design whatever you want to do, then you transfer it on the show. Depending on what the customer wants. If the customer wants you to write his name, make a design or whatever. Some people to bring in black shoes, they want them white. They want them kind of edited, understand?
Okay.
And we do all that.
All right.
So that's what we term as customization.
So basically you guys are not just clean shoes, but you also sort of mini graphic designers as well.
Like I told you, we do anything footwear.
Wow, that's interesting. I've been speaking with the CEO and the operations manager of Shoe Lab, and they are into cleaning sneakers and doing all things to your sneaker. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back from that break. I've been speaking with Desmond and Richard of the Shoe Lab, and now they'll be taking us through the process of how some of the shoes that are being brought here are cleaned. Desmond, I see you're holding some shoe. Can you explain how you're going to clean this?
Okay. Yeah. So the first step is we have to clean the sole.
Okay.
Yeah. People feel it's unnecessary to clean the soles, but then if you love your shoes, like I do, you can't wear a shoe as dirty as this one looks, and then you go put it back. You just can't clean the upper sole and
just drop it.
So we start with the soles.
Okay.
Like we clean everything here before.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
But then obviously we will need like
a
sink or something to demonstrate.
Okay, so you take it to a specific place in the lab.
So I'll take it inside and then I'll bring it back for you.
All right. Yeah. So Richard, Desmond is taking the shoe to the other end for the sole cleaning. Now I see a lot of other shoes here. I see Nike. I see Fella, I see Vans, I see Louis Vuitton. I also see Converse here, and quite a number of shoes. Are these the kind of shoes you receive every time here?
Yep, these are some of the shoes we receive here. These are like the ones in mint conditions. There are some which are not so much in mint conditions. Those are the challenging ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on an average, how many shoes do you receive in a day or to a week?
In a day, we receive on average about 70 to 80 pairs of sneakers. That's on average, if we have to give it on average, 70 to 80 pairs. So within the week, we look forward to receiving about 500 pairs of sneakers every week here. So it's very, very challenging, it's very demanding.
Yeah, but is it also tedious, especially with your staff, having to clean all these numbers of shoes?
Yep, of course, we are new and there are challenges. We started as 4 friends, just 4, and currently we have 16 workers.
Okay.
So that should tell you like the impact it's had and like the challenges we face, because we need more hands and we need others as well. So that's it.
Yeah, so I see here that's the Timberland.
Yep.
Very, very legendary shoe. Yeah. So for a shoe like this, what do you do with it, like to clean it?
This shoe actually came in with a different color. And, yeah, and the clients wanted it changed into brown.
Wow.
So that's what we did. So we've changed the whole color to this particular color. So we were just going to polish it and we are just going to shine it up and we'll give it back to the client.
Yeah.
So because what he wanted has already been done.
Yeah. So I also read something about deodorization, which is, I think, it's like removing the odor of the shoe.
Yep.
How's the process like?
Some shoes, you know, as for wear, and some, not all people like wearing socks and all those stuff. So putting your direct feet into every sneaker, because there'll be some little funny sense. So we have special deodorizers that we use for shoes. They're only meant for shoes. So we deodorize the shoes to bring out the good smell back in the shoes. So we leave the shoe smelling like as if you just bought it, like a fresh pair.
Who are some of these clients that come in here to bring their shoes for you guys to work on?
So our client is mostly everybody. Everybody is our client. But of course, in every establishment, you want some high-profile names to at least accept yourself that you are doing something good, you are doing something. Because it takes such people to let you know that you're actually onto something. So our first high-profile name we got to deal with Medical. We started with Medical. He showed us a lot of love by driving to the shop personally to deliver his shoes with stuff. So Medical was like our first stop name. Since then, we've had a chance to work with SAC and his whole entire success team. We've had a chance to work with them. We've had a chance to work with Ukiti as well. We've had a chance of working with Ameye, with Payday, with Regina Van Helvet. Yeah, she's a darling. She also showed us lots of love. We've worked with Obibini of Xylophone. We've worked with Samiba. Yeah. So,
that's quite a very tall list. Now it looks like my friend Desmond is back. Desmond, I see you're back and you bought a shoe. Wow, it looks.
So now you can have it.
It looks like. So can I wear this, or you have to do something else to it?
Hold on. You can wear it.
Okay, so what are you going to do on this shoe now?
As you can see, this side of the shoe is very dirty, as well as this side.
Okay.
So I will start by cleaning here.
Okay.
Here before I get to there.
Okay. All right.
So, this is
a chemical you guys use.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
This is water.
Okay. I see some brush.
Yeah.
And I see what's this?
Yeah, it's like a hand brush.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then I see a deodorant as well.
Yeah, deodorizer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So these are the major things that you use.
Over there is a dryer. Like
Okay.
shoe dryer.
So when we are done here, you bring it here and dry it.
Yeah.
Wow. So, and you do all this in like how many minutes?
This one's like maximum of like 20 minutes. We should be done.
Wow. Yeah. And so for like a shoe like this, how much is it going to cost for you to clean this?
Our minimum charge is 30 cedis for a pair of shoes.
Okay.
Yeah, but then when you bring the shoes in, and then you have to do extra, like stuff, and we charge extra.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So there are different prices for the sole whitening and all.
Okay.
But normally this shoe, like in this condition, we can't charge more than 30 cedis.
But if it's in a really, really bad condition, how much are you going to charge
more? That is how come we don't have like a price list. Like,
okay. So it depends on the shoe that comes.
How dirty it is.
Okay. All right. That's cool. Okay. So you can take it away.
All right.
And then, so you're using this sponge.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my sponge.
Okay.
The shoe.
All right.
And this is a sponge, right?
Okay. Yeah, that's a sponge. Yeah.
That's water and then
brush.
This is a standard brush.
Okay.
And this one is very soft.
Okay.
So because I wouldn't want to damage this side of the shoe, I would rather use
a softer one. Okay.
So because the chemical is highly concentrated, I would have to put it back in water to dilute it a little
So you
bit
sort of
before.
do a small concentration here to
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So I'm starting with this side.
Okay.
Back here. So then I'll do the upper sole. Then we dry it over there. And if possible, we deodorize it and then we are good.
Okay. All right. So you clean that. I'll still be speaking with Richard.
Okay.
Yeah. Richard, so I'm sure you have quite a huge stuff here. You said 15.
Yep.
What have been some of the challenges you guys have faced so far?
There's a lot of challenges because this is eventually like we're venturing into a new business. So trust is key because you have the instances of you don't know who you're employing and all that. I'm pretty sure most CEOs face the same problem, but it's something you have to overlook because you are helping curb down the unemployment rate as well in the country. So some of the issues, they are big, like with some shoes come in and they are not really in the best of condition, and some shoes they are like so just a few washing and you find out it's peeling off. So those are challenges, but I'll try to rectify everything out for those shoes.
Yeah, so let's come to the shoes a bit. I see this is a suede. You know, oftentimes people try to just use a normal sponge to clean it and all of that, and then the shoe doesn't really stay on long. Can you give us some little tips on some how you can clean your shoes?
Suede, what we advise with suede is never use water on suede.
Okay.
Because water damages the whole suede content. It changes the color of the suede and all this stuff. So with suede, we always advise to use a suede spray. And we have a suede chemical that like we use on a mild brush. We use it to rub through the suede, and when you are done, it's good to go.
Okay.
So we don't use water on suede.
So I don't know. I saw some grinder. Do you guys use the machines to sort of make the shoes, mold them in a bit?
Yeah, we have machines that we use to enlarge shoes. Some shoes come in like maybe size 40. The person wants it at size 42 or something. So we have such machines that we use to enlarge shoes and all those stuff. So we have all those stuff.
So from your point of view, what would you say is a good shoe or a bad shoe?
It boils down to price. But a good shoe is a quality shoe. That's how we can just sum it up. A good shoe is a quality shoe. A shoe that to take you that extra mile. So that's what it boils down to.
Okay. Okay. Now I see some tools here. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is, and I don't know what this is. So can you just briefly explain to me what this is and what this does?
Basically, this machine is one we got for sneaker customization, but
okay.
it has to go through a whole lot
okay.
of process before it
right.
eventually comes. Because this machine gives you the actual size of what you want to customize. So it goes onto the shoe. So this machine is what we use for that.
So you guys are using technology as well, not just your normal hands to. Okay. All right.
Well.
And then I see this. What does this do?
The name speaks for itself, an intelligent shoe dryer.
Okay, so this dries the shoe.
It dries the shoe in quick time.
Okay.
So some people bring their shoes in, let's say they bring it in at 12 and they say, oh please, I want to take it somewhere at 3 or something. So can you do it instant for me, like express way? So yeah, so when everything is done, you just put a shoe on here. It's a machine, it produces heat. And the heat is good enough that it won't affect the shoe, it won't melt the shoe, it won't bend the shoe down. Okay. It just produces the kind of heat that the shoe needs to get it dry right on time. Okay. So this is a
wow. So you guys are fusing technology. You're not just drying the shoe in the sun, but you have tools and equipment.
Yeah, some shoes can't even dry on the sun.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
oftentimes that's what a lot of people do.
Because of ignorance. Yeah, we do it and it's dry, but since we've got to understand more about sneakers, you know there are some shoes they don't require too much because it affects the material used in making the shoe. So some of them they require machines like this just to dry it up.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Richard. I'll come to my friend Desmond. Desmond, how far? I see you are using some machine to on the shoe. Yeah. So what are you doing now?
Okay, so I'm done cleaning inside of the shoe.
Okay.
So I'm now working on the upper sole.
Wow.
Okay, so this is a hand brush like I told you.
Yeah.
So now the first thing I did was I placed this in the chemical, diluted it, and back on the shoe.
So everything has to do with some form of mix.
Of
you
course,
know, you don't just pick the things and then you just use them on the shoe. Okay. So now what next?
So
okay. So we move now to the intelligent shoe dryer.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to put the shoe inside the machine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So I need to turn it on first.
Okay.
Give it the temperature I want.
Okay.
Depending on how fast the customer needs the shoe.
Oh, okay. So you can dry the shoe in, like, what's the fastest you can dry the shoe?
5 minutes.
Wow. And it will be completely dry?
Yeah.
And the person will not need to dry it in the sun again?
No.
And they can just wear it?
Yeah.
Wow.
So you either fix it this way.
Okay.
This way. You just leave it for a while.
Okay.
Because this one is not ready. I can't bring it here.
Yeah.
I think we have 20 of these, so we can tackle about 20 shoes.
At a go.
At a go, yeah.
Okay, wow. That's quite a lot of shoes, and it's really glad that you guys are using some form of technology as well to take it. And I see this. What's this machine and what does it do?
This is also the shoe. It's part of the shoe.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
So
all right.
This is where we make the imprint on it. We cut it into size. This is where we heat stamp it and all this stuff.
Okay.
Before it feeds to the machine.
All right.
Cut it to the shoe size. Good to go.
Okay. Yeah. So while we wait for the shoe, I'll speak with Desmond. Desmond. So you've been running this business for about 14 months, right? Yeah. That's almost close to 2 years, right? Where do you see this business going for you?
Well, as it stands now, we have 2 branches. Then we are working on another branch at Pentagon Hostels. We are planning on getting another branch at Tema, Kumasi. So honestly, I can't say everything out here, but then in years to come, it should be worldwide something. So. Yeah.
But have you had some collaboration so far? There, some people just call you and say, "Hey, we like what you guys are doing. We want to partner with you," or something of the sort.
Yeah. Like we've had about 10 calls already. Wow. People trying to come in, learn from us. Others too wants us to give them franchise. I even had a guy coming all the way from Canada that I like what you guys are doing, so can you please come through for us so that we open a branch and we are speaking with other people as well. So it's going to be a worldwide something.
So in the future, you're looking to set up some sort of academy where you have trained people and then they all work under you. You teach them how the process and all of that. Okay, that's quite good. I mean, I really like what you guys are doing here.
You see how it's looking now?
Yeah, it's looking much more cleaner as well. And then also, Yeah, it's dry as well.
Yeah.
Wow, so the intelligent shoe dryer really does some job, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now you use the deodorizer, right? Okay. And this goes inside of the shoe, not outside.
Inside.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's to curb the odor.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Very good.
So that's it.
Yeah.
I can have my shoe.
Of course you can.
Wow. This has been very insightful.
Yeah.
And all of that. And then you package.
Yeah.
Okay.
We believe that people mostly buy their shoes from outside because of the box size, and most people will just drop it somewhere and then bring the shoes down. So, yeah.
Okay.
We provide these boxes for you to keep the shoes safe for you.
All right.
So.
Okay. Wow. So that's it.
Like that, yeah.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah. So that's all we have for this week's edition of BizTech. I've been speaking with Desmond and Richard of Shoe Lab, and they've been taking me through the process of how to get your shoes clean. And this has been this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that eye-opening interview. But up next is Jefferson Seneaza with Tech Bits.
Welcome to Tech Bits. This week, we're going to talk about differential documents. Have you ever had the situation where you have one document and by the end of the month or at the end of the week, we have 2 or 3 of the same type of document? Have you ever thought if there a simpler way to find the differences between the first document and the second document? Well, worry no more. This useful website helps you to actually differentiate the differences in between one document and the other. It helps you find the right missing links and helps you find the modified versions of it. It's almost like something that you easily do in Word, but this time of different documents at the same time. I thought it would be useful to bring it back to my Tech Bits audience. So let's get to it. You find it interesting. So, the different document checker is pretty simple. As you can see, the website address is diffchecker.com. That's DIFFCHECKER.com. Diffchecker. And it's very simple. There's actually a desktop app for those of you that want to have and work offline, and it has more features in there anyway, but the web version is pretty much just the same. You can put anything here, put anything there, and it would give you find a difference, and it will tell you this is the difference and that is the difference. You can put off the same, so you can literally just copy the same text into your original text, copy another document from that into the second change text, and click on find difference, and it gives you that much information. So you can see right there from the top, it tells you that and that. So you can literally just for example that, and we can have that, right? Just for example, and click on find difference, and it will tell you which spots are different and which spots are the same. You can use that to even use an editor or just compare the document. So it has an in-depth analysis. The desktop app, like I mentioned, is also available offline, and it helps you actually that. And you can do all this, as you can see, without even a sign up thing, but you can still create an account and get things done. So the website address is diffchecker, and don't be afraid to just explore and see the best of it. I hope you found this week very useful and very promising. Even if you're not going to use it, I encourage you to recommend this video to a friend or two, and I'll see you again next week. Bye for now.
So that was Jefferson Seneaja with Tech Bits, but we'll be back with Biz headlines. Now to our first story. The Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited is expected to take delivery of some pipelines from the United States of America by the end of August 2021. This follows a 12-year delay in the delivery of the equipment as a result of some managerial setbacks and cost the country a total of 63 million US dollars. Managing Director of the BOST, Edwin Provencal, in an interaction said an additional 8 million US dollars was used to repair some of the pipelines that were damaged as a result of exposure to weather conditions over the lengthy period. We started the procurement of these pipelines in 2009 with an EXIM facility. Fast forward to today, the pipelines are still stuck in the United States of America, Houston to be precise. My two predecessors started sandblasting and repairing the pipelines. The good news is that by the end of August 2021, the shipment of the pipeline will commence. Now, Ghana recorded 874 million US dollars worth of investment from 122 projects in the first half of 2021, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, an indication of the country's attractiveness as an investment destination. Of the total investment of 874 million US dollars, the foreign direct investment component amounted to 829 million US dollars, while the local component accounted for 44.72 million US dollars. The FDI amount of 829 million US dollars was a remarkable increase of 32.15% in inbound FDI compared to the FDI value of 627.52 million US dollars recorded for the same period last year. This was in a statement from the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Italian oil giant Eni has sued the government of Ghana in a London court after a former energy minister, John Peter Amewu, in April 2020 issued a directive to the company and Springfield E&P to begin talks and combine their adjacent oil and gas fields. Mr. Amewu gave them until September 18, 2021 to reach an agreement. His directive said that seismic data had indicated Eni's Sankofa offshore field, which entered production in 2017, and Springfield's Afina discovery had identical reservoir and fluid properties. Eni is now seeking 5 reliefs from the tribunal. These include a declaration that the purported directives by Mr. Amewu and any other steps taken to implement those directives represent a breach of contract under the petroleum agreement. The local currency is likely to take a further dip during the last 4 months of the year 2021, an economist has revealed. According to Courage Mate, the pressure on the cedi, as well as some external factors like inflation, will further cause its depreciation. Looking at the amount of pressure on the currency already and looking at the size of the external factors for Ghana until the end of the year, we see scope for some more depreciation, albeit modest depreciation before the end of the year. So from where we are, it would not be out of place to see the cedi recording some more depreciation. He further added that, first of all, if you look at the fact that by the end of this year, we still expect to record a current account deficit in the region of 3%, and we're still looking at an inflation rate, although in single digits this year, but above 8%. These indicators show that there is scope for the depreciation of the cedi beyond where we are today. Head of the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, Professor Peter Quartey, has said the success of the yet-to-be-established National Development Bank will largely depend on the appointed personnel to run the entity. According to him, the NDB must further operate in a well-efficient business model, which will be devoid of political interference. Making his submission during a presentation at a public dialogue organized by ISER on the theme National Development Bank and Sustainable Financing in Ghana, Professor Quartey lauded the idea of establishing the bank. According to him, there is no doubt that we need long-term financing. What we are providing is short-term, but certain investments require long-term financing. Unfortunately, we have given our banks universal licenses, and so all of them go into retail and other more profitable ventures than lending to the sectors which will transform the company. And that's why we need a national development bank. It's not here. It's not here. I have to open it. Okay. Now on our final story, the Institute of Fiscal Studies has called for a renegotiation of agreements involving Ghana's oil and extractive sectors. According to the institute, the country is losing out on its revenue generation due to poor negotiations. The IFS compared Ghana's earnings in the oil sector to that of Nigeria and Botswana, saying that Nigeria is earning 51% of their oil revenue and Botswana is getting 65%, while Ghana is getting 16%. Speaking at a forum on Ghana's domestic revenue mobilization mode organized by the IFS, research fellow at the IFS, Dr. Edu Owusu-Sarkodie, said, "We have to try and renegotiate our oil deals if they are not going to cost us too much. If we cannot renegotiate, then we have to forget about it and look into the new discoveries. We are not part of the production process in our extractive sector. We are only taking royalties." It's a wrap for this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news updates. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. Get interactive with us on all our social media pages. On Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, we are at the GhanaWeb. Have a great weekend. My name is Na Oyokote.
Welcome to the Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. This is an external edition of the show, and I'm sitting in for your regular host, me, Akwe Ismail Akwe. My name is Wanda Amihegan. We are currently at the University of Ghana, Legon, and today we explore the subject of literacy in Ghana and where we are as a country. To help us do this, we have someone who is knowledgeable and an expert in his field. I'll tell you more about him when we return from this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. I am Wanda Amihegan, and our guest today is Prof. Kofi Ejekum. He is the head at the Department of Linguistics here at the University of Ghana. Prof.
Okay, let me do a quick correction. I'm a professor here. I'm not the head.
Okay.
Our head is Dr. C.K. Appa.
Right.
Okay.
I like to call you Opinion from time to time.
No problem.
Thank you for allowing us into your office.
Thank you for thanking me.
Right. You have about 70 article journals and 15, books to your credit. You're a big man.
I'm not a big man.
How did you manage to get there?
Well, for me, writing is a passion. And I tell some of my colleagues, anytime I'm not writing, anytime I'm not engaged in a new article, I feel a little bit sick. So it means that I have to now do the best out of me, come and find out if I can get a new article to work on. So that's how I go about it.
Okay, but was it hard to get there?
Normally when you start as a beginner, it's not easy, because especially when you are writing to international journals, their style of writing will be different from yours. When you send the articles are sent to reviewers, at least 2 reviewers, each with their comments. And when the comments come, but sometimes you get saddened by some of the comments they give. But you only have to persevere and strive. So at some point in time, you become used to some of the comments, you become used to the style of writing, especially formatting with regard to referencing is a very difficult area. But as you continue writing and you keep on writing, you master the field.
That's you talking about writing.
Yes.
But I mean, before you even got into writing, schooling and everything, I understand you entered the university at the age of 31.
Yes.
Which is a little bit unusual, because usually people would come at a younger age.
Yes.
How was that for you?
For me, after elementary school, MSLC, do you understand that? Middle School Living Certificate.
Okay.
I had to go and do what we called people teacher. So I was a people teacher for 2 years before I entered training college. I didn't go to secondary school.
Oh, okay.
So my 4 year in teacher training, I trained myself to do self-tuition. And then I registered for NOBDEC during my final year, because I wanted to aim high and move beyond the set A. So after that, I did my O-levels, and then I ventured into my A-levels. And then I had the opportunity to go to the School of Ghana Languages, at Jumakon, to do a 3-year diploma in Ghanaian languages. So after that, I had to teach for 3 years. Because to enter into any new field of studies, you have to enjoy study leave. But I couldn't have done that without study leave. To enjoy the study leave, you might have taught at least for 3 years. So after training college, I taught for 3 years, entered a Jumakon, finished a Jumakon, and had to teach 3 years before coming to Legon. So that accounted for that.
Okay.
So for me, I was doing what I refer to as education by installments.
Okay. Okay.
You study a little, you go to work, and then you continue.
Okay. So that was a lot of education before you even entered the university?
Yes.
Okay. But talking about that age, usually people would say they find it difficult to continue because they couldn't start at an earlier age, and so they would rather forget education altogether. Do you think age should be a barrier?
Not at all. It's not a matter of determination. Quite recently, I think one of the ambassadors for South Africa, he graduated with a PhD. He's more than 70 years. So when it comes to education, there's no age barrier, unless you don't want to study.
Okay. Let's talk about Ghana and the subject of literacy.
Yes.
From where you sit, where do you think Ghana stands? Are we growing? Are we retrogressing?
I haven't done any scientific research into that, but I can say that it looks as if the reading habit is slowing down. And one of the reasons is that now students and pupils go to school and they are aiming at exams. They come here, they start asking, do you have PASCO? In those days when we were schooling, when the Ghana Education Service was sending books by the Ghana Book Supply, they were coming along with what we refer to as supplementary readers. So every school had that. And after school, or even within break, students are tasked to go and pick some of the books and read. I don't think these days we have that system. The libraries were filled with some of these books. How many districts have libraries? We have all kinds of newspapers. Now the newspapers are more political than being helping the students. So that's one.
What was the supplementary book supposed to do?
They were supposed to complement the textbooks.
Okay.
Because the textbooks had chapter 1, chapter 2, with some exercises and drills. But the supplementary books were stories, fiction, prose, drama, poetry, to be added to what they were using as textbooks.
Okay.
They were all over. These days, the reading habit is more of what you call your technological age, where social media. And people prefer to read things on the social media rather than picking the books and reading from the books. That's also accounting for the low literacy rate.
But don't you, where do you think the problem comes in over there? Because, I mean, social media is attractive, more attractive to the youth. So isn't there a way people can put the habit of reading onto social media or transfer it into technology?
It's not habit formation. Because habit formation is by constant repetition.
Okay.
If you do something today, and you do it tomorrow, and you do it the next day, and you do it throughout the week, it becomes a habit. So if people are tuned to social media, and they are interested in the pictorial and the video and sensational stories here and there, somebody has fought with a girlfriend and all those things. I'm sure if you put Chinua Achebe's book there, they will read. So it's a matter of habit and how the attitude and how people tune their minds to.
So what you are saying is that literary pieces cannot be made in such a way that it attracts the youth?
Because I'm sure you're on social media.
Yes.
What's the longest thing that you'll be ready to read?
Not very long.
Not very long.
Yes.
So you are interested in reading this piece, tuning to the other piece, and finding out about a chief who has recently been fined, blah, 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 blah. You're interested in getting about 40 of them read on there, as compared to re-putting Ama Atal Edu's book, the same platform for you. How many of your age group will go in for that?
Okay, so
if it is not a set book to be examined.
And how can that issue be solved? Because there needs to be a solution.
The solution will be, normally when people ask of solutions like this, I want to start from the home. That if every parent is ready to get books for the children and then imbibe that habit of reading in these children at their younger age, anytime you move out, you come with a book, you give it to them, you time them, that by the end of these 3 days, 1 week, you might have finished reading this book. The child will finish and ask, is there any other book? We are building up this habit in them. So then, if at some point in time, if you put these things there for them, they'll be ready to read. Because the reading habit, I can tell you, is dwindling. That's why even at areas of administration, somebody comes as an administrator and sees a pile of information, correspondence to go through the whole day. How many people will get the time to scrutinize every single sentence and check what their meanings and implications are before they append their signature. It's not a matter of reading habit. And even in Parliament, how many people get the opportunity to read all the things that they give to them before they give their comments? Even in meetings, everywhere, it could be Legon, it could be any other place. Before a meeting, they send the dossier, and sometimes they are packed like these ones. How many people get the opportunity to go through every single page so that they can make constructive contributions and criticisms at the meeting? So that's where we find ourselves.
Okay. Prof, is it enough to just read? Because, I mean, the literacy rate, according to data by World Bank data in 2020, has risen by 8%. But we find people who say they are literate moving around, and you see, for example, road signs, but they don't use this. It's not practical. Is it enough to just read?
It depends on how you want to read it. If you are just flipping the pages and you think, oh, I'm done, that's not reading. If you are reading and you want to get information, you read, you come back after 2 lines or 3 sentences to find out whether you have understood what you've read. And that if you are asked about what you have read, can you say, yes, I got A, B, C from that. It's not just reading things like newspapers where you have graphic 56 pages and within 5 minutes you are done. That's not reading.
Okay, so you read to understand.
You read to understand, and you read to acquire information and knowledge.
So where does practicality come in?
Practicality in terms of, if I'm reading something, and I do that a lot, I have all kinds of books. I'm reading to use the knowledge in writing an article. So the reading is serving a practical purposes. I'm getting information from these readings to be able to get informed knowledge to be able to write my article. So that's for a practical purpose. I call it pragmatic reading. I'm reading because I have a context in mind. I'm not reading just because I need to read. No.
Prof, let's hold it there. We'll be back to continue the conversation. This is still the lowdown, and we are having a conversation with Professor Kofi Ejekum. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is the lowdown. We are speaking with Professor Kofi Ejekum, and he's giving us an insightful background about the current state of Ghana's literacy. Prof.
Yes.
Where does language or linguistics come in as far as the subject of literacy is concerned?
Without linguistics, you can read. But linguistics is the science of every language. So the letters that you find in the books, in the written, the sounds that people pronounce, the connections between how the sounds are brought together to form the words, and how the words are strung together to form the sentences, and how the sentences are meant to give meaning, the semantic meaning, and how we want to find out whether this meaning is applicable in this context. They are all parts of linguistics.
Okay.
So all the things that we do here are about language.
Now, the general perception usually is that when people say you're literate, it means utebofo, or you speak very good English. But literacy, I suppose, doesn't only have to do with English language. It has to do with other languages. So where does local language come in?
So anytime people say literacy is the ability to read and write, I always want to ask them, ability to read and write what? And the perception is ability to read and write English, which is a fallacy. Does it mean that anybody who is not an English speaker somebody coming from Japan, and you can read fluently and write fluently in Japanese language, and then write so well in Chinese language. Is that person not literate? So I think that definition given by people who are Anglo-centric should be put aside. And if we are looking at literacy, it's ability to read and write a language or languages. Then all languages can be factored into that definition. So if you look at that, then if somebody can read and write any of the Ghanaian languages, that person is literate in that specific Ghanaian language. So we are going to get literates in Ewe, literates in Kasem, literates in Ga, literates in Akan.
Okay.
All the aspects of Akan. So that's how we have to look at literacy. So there are some people who are literate in English, but illiterate in their own Ghanaian languages.
Yeah.
And that's a shame. I don't know whether you are one of them. I don't know. But people pride themselves because they are literate in English. And they don't feel ashamed they are illiterate in their own languages.
Illiterate meaning even though they can speak, they can't write.
They can't write, they can't read.
Okay.
Just go to the church and give the Ga Bible, Nzima Bible, or Tree Bible to some people who are scholars with PhD, whether some of them can read. So they are literate in English, fine, but they are illiterate in their own languages.
Okay.
And they are not bothered about that. They rather tease people who can read in their own languages and cannot read English.
In English.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But we are all the same.
Right.
We are all literate in one language and illiterate in other languages.
Okay.
That seems to be the issue.
Right. So when we talk about languages, it's a broad subject because there are different languages. But when we speak about local languages, and especially in connection with you, it appears you have decided to focus more on the Akan language.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a particular reason, and what piqued your interest in the Akan language?
Because first and foremost, I might have told you that I did O-level Ghanaian language. I've done A-level Akan, and I did diploma in Akan.
Okay.
So at least I have a strong background in the language. And I've also done research on mother tongue education and what it can offer to mankind.
Prof, before you continue, I mean, you did all these things you've mentioned in the Akan language.
Yes.
Why not any other language? Why Akan?
Because first and foremost, that is my mother tongue.
Okay.
And people think naturally in their mother tongue. So if you are learning your own language, it's easier.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for me, because of the geographical areas that I found myself, it was not possible to learn other Ghanaian languages. Because I did my elementary education in Ashanti region, we speak Akan. I did my training college course in Bono, in Kransa. They also speak Bono, which is Akan. I don't need any interpreter between a Bono speaker and myself. And then I furthered my education in Central Region, Ejumako, where they also speak Akan. So I didn't get the opportunity to learn any other language because of this geographical location that I found myself. I would have preferred to learn other languages, especially Ga. I wish I could speak Ga or speak Ewe or speak Nzima, but unfortunately I didn't get that. So then I had to hold on to the Akan that I thought I knew, and then be a crusader of the Akan language, so that people will know that if you can also study Akan, it's not a case that because you are not intellectually bad, that's why you have chosen to study Akan. So that has been my crusader. And I can tell you, I've enjoyed studying, researching, and teaching in Akan, and broadcasting in Akan. And I've never regretted, and I will never, ever regret being an Akan scholar.
Okay. Why is it important to learn, or be literate in the local language side by side the English language or any other language?
So what happens is that if you are multilingual or bilingual, bilingual is knowing two languages, yeah. Multilingual, that's more than two, right? And especially if you are a linguist, it helps because you might have the theory, and for the theory you have to support it with examples. Okay. Sometimes the theory that you're learning, you can't find examples in your own language, but you realize that, oh, there are examples in another language outside yours. Then you pick it and you work around. So knowing many languages is very profitable.
Okay. In 2019, and I stand to be corrected, you advocated for the learning of local languages in our schools, more of it. Is there any particular reason for this?
Because if somebody calls himself a scholar, and you know all the theories and everything, and you don't know your own language. Again, people should remember that language and culture are strictly interwoven. So learning the language, you also learn the culture. And culture also comes with identity. So if you are a CEO, you know only English. You don't know your language, which is Nzema. Neither do you know the Nzema culture. Then you visit Nzema land. You'll be like an alien. So you've lost your identity totally. That's why it is ideal for everybody to at least know his or her own language or some of the Ghanaian languages. As for the English, you go to school, you learn. That's what I do. I tell my children, if you go to school, it's the duty of the teachers to teach you English. If they give you homework in English, I'm ready to teach you. But not when you come home and I'm going to communicate with you in English. No. So can you go and bring the cap of There we go.
Okay.
And when you do that, you are inculcating some social and cultural identity in the children for them to feel that, yes, they are Akans because they can speak and understand the culture.
And 2 years on, I mean, since you called for this thing to be done, what do you think of
Unfortunately, I'm not a policy maker. I can only speak.
Yes, but I mean from observation.
But I can tell you, don't we do all the Ghanaian languages up to JHS? Yes, it's there. And some people continue with that up to SHS. And some people continue from SHS and they go and do degree. And here, one can opt in this department to branch into Ghanaian language section and do Akan, do Ewe, do Ga, do Dagbani. But if you go to School of Languages at Jumakon, there are about 11 languages that somebody can pursue up to MPhil level. And I have even supervised one of my students, Dr. Nana Anima Viafiakente, who did her PhD. The whole thesis was written in Akan, from page 1 to the last page. Aren't we proud of her? Yes, we have to. So that is the issue, that even though we are studying them, we have to do more than this.
Okay.
And the attitude is the negative attitude towards the study of these languages that are driving some people away. People think that if you're going to secondary school and all that you can study is Ga, then let your father teach you at home. That's a wrong assumption. It's ignorance.
Okay.
Because don't people in Britain study English for BA, for MPhil, and for PhD? Don't we have professors of English who are native speakers of English? We have them.
Yeah.
So what is wrong for having a professor in Ga, in Akan, in Nzema?
Okay.
People who are ready to develop their own language at all levels. They should rather be applauded instead of being ridiculed.
Okay. Now, I think about a month ago, the president proposed that French may become a compulsory language in the country. What do you make of that?
Those are politicians. And they didn't start from this president. I remember the former president, J.A. Kufuor, went for a meeting in one of the Francophone countries. And when you go there, everything is in French, and you are given an interpreter or a translator. And sometimes you realize that what was said in French is not actually what is being translated to you. I've also observed that. Sometimes I travel, I've been to Niger and some of the countries. You listen to the speaker in French, and the translator comes with something either too brief or too long. Is this exactly what was? So when he came back, he realized that it would be nice for French to be made as one of the courses. This is over 10 years now. It hasn't worked. Yes, it is nice if we have Franco countries all around us, and we can also learn French, so that when we travel beyond our boundaries, we can communicate very well. And given the chance, every child is a potential multilingual. Because a child can learn all the languages that are set to him or her. So it won't be a bad idea. But you see, anytime we make this and strictly we make it examinable, that's where the problem is. So people have to pass all this and miss others. Meanwhile, the Ghanaian language is not compulsory. It's only compulsory at SHS. It's not compulsory at free. No, it's compulsory at JHS, but not compulsory at SHS.
When you say a problem, it means that it could be made compulsory, but it shouldn't be made a
examinable.
Okay.
Because the moment it's examinable, then people will draw their attention by teaching it for the children to be able to pass the exam. But you can make a communicative approach. The idea is for the children to become people who have working knowledge of the French language, so that they can communicate, they can write a lot, but not sending them into all the theories.
Okay. Now, beyond Ghana's boundaries, how profitable is the local language, like studying and majoring in a local language? When you go beyond Ghana, how does it help an individual?
See, we talk about lingua franca. Have you heard the term before?
Yeah.
Lingua franca, a common language for people. English has become the most popular lingua franca. That's why wherever you go and you speak English, it's good. You can communicate with people. French is also like that. Spanish has become like that. All the languages that we find in West Africa and in Africa and some in Asia, some of them don't go beyond the boundaries. And our local languages are like that. But let me also mention that in the US, United States of America, there are certain universities that are teaching Akan. I can mention about 9 of them. So they found it necessary to teach Akan over there. So one can do Akan here and find job there. There are also areas within defense and interior and foreign affairs where they need people like this. And even in the judiciary, because there are certain cases that will go to court, and the person, the criminal, so to speak, will say that he can't correspond in English. He will only speak Akan or Ewe, and then we may need some people to do the interpretation.
Okay.
So it's a job market for some of them. That's it.
Right. Now, you mentioned the perception, the wrong perception about majoring in a language in the university or beyond. How can this be solved? How can this bridge or this gap be bridged?
It's an individual affair first and foremost. Then we also need a policy.
Okay.
When we started with SHS earlier on, I think Harry Sawyer, the Minister of Education, there were 2 courses at the senior high school, which were compulsory in the Ghanaian languages. They had 2 papers there earlier on. And it was a core. The Ghanaian languages were core. So that whether you like it or not, you have to do it. Just like English. Unfortunately, the results that came were not favorable to the elites.
Okay.
The elites had their children failing because you are airport residential. The person is doing chi.
Yeah.
But the person is at East Legon doing chi. As compared to somebody in Fidium, for Fidium Goso doing chi. So when the results came, it favored those in the rural areas.
Right.
They weren't the policymakers. The policymakers then decided that this will go against us. So why not make the Ghanaian languages electives so that those who have the ability to write, they will do that. So that also slowed down the improvement of the Ghanaian languages. And some people who have been trained to teach Ghanaian languages, because the schools needed people to be dealing with core Ghanaian language and elective. Some headmasters and headmistresses laid off these Ghanaian language teachers because they had reduced the number of hours for them. So policy-wise, if the government is ready to get people involved in the Ghanaian languages, we'll be moving forward.
Right.
But they have also forgotten that most of the elections that they win is because of the use of the local languages. Have you thought about that? They do all the campaigns in the local languages. They travel to the people, they want to speak the language the people can understand. Our current vice president, when he started, he couldn't speak Twi. Now he speaks impeccable Twi. Most of the songs that are composed for them during elections, they are normally in the local languages. So why can't they help us to develop them? Look at most of the adverts for businessmen and women. A lot of them are in the Ghanaian languages, because that is the language most people in the country understand. So if you want to sell and sell well, do it in the language that people can understand. Check media. When we started here, University of Ghana, I introduced the newspaper review in Ghanaian language. We call it FSM, somewhere in 1997. The maiden one was in April 1997. When news stations came, Peace FM, Adom, and all those came, and they realized the need to broadcast in Ghanaian language. Look at how they are moving up. So that's how we have to look at it. And note that the Ghanaian languages have a lot more to offer if we want to document and improve on its studies and teaching. That's what I think.
Prof, we are wrapping up the conversation, but
yes.
I want to ask about literary works.
Yes.
When you look at the system now, and compared to 20, 30 years ago, do you think we are losing our literary people? People who write, people who poets, and people who are creative. Do you think we are losing them in today's system?
Yes, I would say. Because unlike those days where you had a lot of people into the art, literally art, writing. And when they wrote, they had the market. Now, to publish 1,000 copies is a mirage. Too difficult to get the market. It's even worse when it comes to Ghanaian languages. Because Nkrumah decided to build the Bureau of Ghana Languages. Nkrumah built that to be able to motivate people to write in the various Ghanaian languages and to get them published. Go and look at the state of that national asset. So, people are not motivated. And if you want private publishers to print your book for you or publish your book, it's costly. So all these are part of the things that are more or less dropping the rate of literacy in the Ghanaian languages.
Okay. And I mean, this conversation is in tune with September 8th, World Literacy Day. But beyond this, how can this conversation go on? How can we talk about and advocate for literacy, both for English and for local languages in Ghana?
I hope that we shouldn't wait for it to be an annual affair. Once a while, we should have a way of organizing seminars and workshops, going for funding wherever we get it, and organize this. The media should also help. There are too much and too many sports for politics. So if we can have just a slot of 5 to 10 minutes for literally conversation all over, that would be fine. And then in our schools, we should have those things. We have drama, and then we have poetry. We should have groups, associations formed within the school where the students will have what we call patrons, people who teach literature to help. And then on TV, there should be programs like that. That can help. And the government should be ready to pump some money into those areas. Probably bring back the Ghana supply, the Ghana book supply, whereby we can send some of these books to the schools. And then in the schools, whether in the local areas, rural areas, or in the urban centers, do well to have school libraries. And then have time where the children will go there and sit and read and be supervised by some of their seniors or teachers.
Opinion?
Yes.
Thank you for this very insightful conversation.
Thank you for
grateful
thanking
for
me.
your time. That's how we wrap up this edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest has been Professor Kofi Ejekum. We also know him popularly as Opinion Ejekum, and he's been telling us everything we need to know about literacy and the state of literacy in Ghana. Thank you for joining us. My name is Wanda Mihigan, and I've been sitting in for your regular host, Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And thank you for joining us here at the Ministry of Information for what should be a very quick brief this Sunday afternoon. Just on a light note to start, I am beginning to share the view that there are big ministries and there are small ministries, Minister. You know, somebody told me that when the small ministries come here, the place is not too full. When the big ministries come here, you see that the whole place is full. This afternoon, we are joined by the Minister responsible for communications and digitalization. She's here with the full team to help us understand a number of things that are ongoing in the sector. I want to acknowledge a number of persons who are here with her, and then I'll make some two quick announcements as we start the briefing itself this afternoon. With us this afternoon is the Managing Director of the Accra Digital Center, Mr. Eric Kofi Ofosu Nkansa. Thank you very much for being here with us. I hear today is your birthday. Oh, I see. I see. Happy birthday to you. It means after that you have to... We're also here with Madame Patricia Dusei-Poko, Executive Director, Data Protection Commission. Where are you, Madam? Thank you for being with us. We're here with Madame Hamdiratu Zakaria, Executive Secretary, Postal Courier Services and Regulatory Commission. Mr. Eric Isuman is Acting DG, Ghana Meteo Agency. Dr. Collins Yeboafari, DG, Ghana India Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in IT. James Kofi, MD, Ghana Postal Company. Dr. Albert Intribu-Esiako, Head, National Cybersecurity Center. I saw you here earlier, Albert. There you are. Mr. Prince Sefa, Administrator at GIFEC. Mr. Richard Ochrefosu, Director General, NITA. Mr. Joe Anoche, Director General of the NCA. You're here. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. And the Honorable Esla Owusu Ekofo, Member of Parliament for Ablekuma West. There are a number of things that she'll be speaking to us on as part of a number of briefings that she'll be doing. There are so many things going on in the sector, but we're of the view that we have to break them up so that we can have time to interrogate them. Today, she'll be speaking to us on three major subjects. The first being the fact that the Girls in ICT program is gaining a lot more momentum and is impacting thousands of girls across the length and breadth of this country. She has some details that she'll give us on that. Also, this afternoon, she'll give us details on what they call the Central Equipment Identity Register. It's a register that her ministry is leading to develop to do a number of things, among them the fact that it will help to reduce the fakes and substandard or unhealthy electronic equipment that come into our jurisdiction. It will help to secure revenues for the Republic. It will also protect against unauthorized products coming into the Republic, whether they are stolen products or smuggled products, etc. She'll give us details of these and other matters. As I mentioned, this is just one of a number of briefings she'll be doing, but we are keeping it in chunks, or we are breaking it in chunks so that we can have time to interrogate them. But before I invite her to the podium, I have two quick announcements I want to share with you. First, if you please indulge me about some 30 seconds to observe something on the screen, and then I would read you these two announcements.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.